Auntie Mickey's house. Oh yeah, yeah. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie's house. You're in the house. You know you're in the house. Come on in and grab a seat, grab a seat. Come on in and hit that light, hit that light. Oh, you're at Mickey's house. Auntie Mickey's house. Grab a seat, prop your feet. Let's sip some tea, sip that tea. Entertainment, news, and spirituality. From the culture to the fun, Auntie sets the tone. Sets the tone. With a laugh and a truth, she holds the throne. She holds the throne, yeah. Auntie Mickey's house. Come on in now. Auntie Mickey's house. Oh, Auntie's house. You're in the house. You know you're in the house. Come on in and grab a seat, yeah, yeah. Come on in and hit that like, don't forget now. Auntie Mickey's house. She can roast with a smile, drop wisdom too. Break down the headlines, bring it straight to you. Straight to you, baby. Community strong, conversation grown. Grown talk, baby. Auntie Mickey's house, make yourself at home, yeah. Come together, every voice is heard. Every voice, respect the vibe, let's share the word. Oh, yeah. From the jokes to the prayers, she keeps it real. Keeps it real. Auntie Mickey's house, that's the deal. That's the deal, baby. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie's house. Oh yeah. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie's house. On in the house. You know you're in the house. Come on in and grab a seat. Grab a seat. Come on in and hit the light. Hit the light, hit the light. You're at Auntie Mickey's. Yeah, yeah. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie Mickey's. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie Mickey's house. It's Auntie Mickey's house. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie's house. You're in her house. You know you're in her house. Come on in and grab a seat. Grab a seat. Come on in and hit that light. Hit that light. Oh, you're at Auntie Mickey's. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Auntie's house. Auntie's house. Auntie's house. Grab a seat, prop your feet, let's sip some tea. Sip that tea. Entertainment, news, and spirituality. From the culture to the fun, Auntie sets the tone. With a laugh and a truth, she holds the throne. She holds the throne, yeah. Auntie's house. Oh, Auntie's house. You know you're in a house. Come on in and grab a seat. Grab a seat, yeah. Come on in and hit that light. Hit that light. Don't forget Auntie Mickey's. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie Mickey's house. Oh yeah, yeah. She can roast with a smile, drop wisdom too. Wisdom too. Break down the headlines, bring it straight to you. Straight to you, baby. Community strong, conversation grown. Grown talk, baby. Auntie Mickey's house. Make yourself at home, yeah. Come together, every voice is heard. Every voice. Respect the vibe, let's share the word, oh yeah. From the jokes to the prayers, she keeps it real. Keeps it real, keeps it real. That's the deal, that's the deal, baby. Yeah, yeah. Auntie Mickey's house. Auntie's house, oh yeah. You know you're in a house. Come on in and grab a seat. Grab a see, come on in and hit that light. Hit the light, oh, you're right, Auntie Mickey's. Yeah. Auntie Mickey's house, Auntie Mickey's house, Auntie Mickey's house, oh.
Ooh, that's pretty low. Hey, y'all. Happy Sunday. Why, I turned it down way low. I can't hear myself in the speak. See, you know what? This is raggedy. This is some Goodwill equipment. I'm gonna have to get me some better equipment, because this is all staticky in my ear. If y'all can hear me, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, because I don't want to keep talking and can't nobody hear me. Hello. Hey, Simone. Hello, Robert. And there's my satin doll. How you doing? Happy Sunday. I hope y'all is having a wonderful end of the weekend. God, why can't weekends last longer? I need another day. All right, we got a 1 in the chat. That lets me know that y'all can hear me. Good. Hi, Sammy. How are you? Hi. So I hope you guys are doing well amongst all the turmoil we're dealing with. Whew. In these streets that folks seem to want to ignore is on fire. The streets is on fire. Depending on what side of the street you on will determine whether or not you get caught in the fire. Absolutely, Satin. Hello, Q-Rock. How are you? So good to see you. Hi, Miss Purple. Hello, Devon. How are you? Did you read the title, Sammy? If you read the title, you will know what the live is about. Now, if you're not familiar with the name in the title, just say so, and I'll give you a brief synopsis. But it's a pretty popular topic right now. I'm doing wonderful, Q-Rock. It's so good to see you. Dang, I can't stand these earplugs. Oh, just crackle in my ear. I gotta get past it. But yeah, for the last couple of weeks, it's been very tumultuous around here. We've been talking a lot about the Nolan Wells case, and it seems like every day something new comes out that proves to us what we already know. Oh, thank you, Sammy. Thank you so much. But ain't nothing changed under the sun. It's just out here again in our faces. You know what I'm saying? And certain people want to pretend like it don't exist. Yeah, you can't pretend this problem away. You really can't. You can't pretend this problem away. And it's really sad, because this is not just a one person situation. This is happening to many people of the same demographic. Young black men coming back, or not coming back, I should say. You go somewhere with your white friends and you never come home. White friends make it home. They're all shucking and jiving and having a good time, and, well, where's our friend at? I don't know. Oh, well, no problem. That's how they treat it. This has happened far too many times. And in my opinion, I call it the new lynching, personally. At one time, lynching was the popular way to, for your own entertainment, as they would do. For their entertainment, they would take a black person out to the field, to the nearest tree, and tie them up to that tree and hang them from that tree and have a whoop-de-woo time doing it with the family out there, the whole community out there to watch, having picnics and having a good time. This is the new lynching. It's not a family gathering anymore because it's not as acceptable anymore. But nevertheless, this is the new lynching. You can't help but think that because this is happening far too many times. Far too many times. So, put a 1 in the chat if you've been following the Nolan Wells case at all outside of this live, because I would encourage anybody to watch as much as you can on YouTube, because trust me, mainstream media ain't reporting on it very much, and when they do, it's not everything that's true and concise. They wasn't gonna report on it at all if it wasn't for people on YouTube and stuff like that. Absolutely, Devon. It's very. This is a subject that is really tugging at people right now. You've got a family out there that just wants to know the truth. What happened to my baby? You don't play that, Q-Rock? Okay. Well, tell us your secret. Tell the South your secret, because it's they having a funky good time down there in Mississippi right now. Yes, Robert. Absolutely. That's how I feel. I mean, it seems to be the go-to these days. I got to take this thing out of my ear. It's getting on my damn nerves. This one I'll keep in. It's not crackling. But nevertheless, it's like history has a tendency to repeat itself, and whether the way it's done may not be the same, the outcome is still the same, and they want to sweep shit like this under the rug when it's black folks. Black person dies under mysterious circumstances. Oh, well, there's nothing to see here. We haven't found anything that would indicate that there was some sort of foul play. And you ain't investigated jack. Hello, Q-Rock. But then we'd have a civil war. Maybe that's what's going to have to come down to. I'm not advocating for that, but I mean, you keep pushing people's buttons. What you think going to happen? But, again, Mississippi hasn't caught up yet. Who is Karen Bass, Dwayne? Who's Karen Bass? Enlighten me. Let me put a disclaimer out here. I'm not saying it's you, but I'm just saying anybody that comes up in here and want to be disrespectful, please don't test me. Don't test me. The mayor, Coverup, is that who that is? Karen Bass? Is that a mayor? Mayor of who? I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna get started. We're gonna talk about Nolan again. So much has happened over the last couple of days, it's mind-boggling. And it's actually kind of exciting to watch it unfold as well, because whatever they try. Oh, okay. Los Angeles. That's what's up. That's what's up. Whatever they try, it just seems to fall apart. And certain people, I think Karen is yes, Devon, yeah. Hi, Dawn. How are you, beautiful? So good to see you. I'm seeing my kinfolk in the house. I love it. But watching all this unfold and watching, yes, this country is pretty much split. Hi, Lady Letitia. I'm going to drop the link in the chat if you want to come up, and you can stay as long as you want. Stay as long as you want, baby. That's my girl. We have such a good time together. There's no bickering and fighting and yelling and screaming and talking crazy to each other. I can't get with that. I mean, every now and then it might be necessary if somebody comes in your chat and you know gets disrespectful and stuff. But me and my girl here, we don't have that problem. We don't have that problem at all. But yeah, that's why I put this disclaimer out. Please don't test me. Please don't test me, because I'm not here to play games. I'm really not. This is a very serious topic, and I would hope that anybody with any kind of heart would feel the same way, you know, to at least become aware of what's going on in your surroundings, whether it's affecting your city or state or not. It's good to, as nothing else but to represent your demographic. Be aware. This is one thing this has taught many black families. If they wasn't already practicing it, if you got black children and they've got white friends, say you live in a demographic where you're the only, or if you live in an area where you're the only black family in the neighborhood or whatever, don't let your kids hang out with a bunch of white folks. I'm not trying to be racist or anything like that, because this is not a racist statement. Black folks didn't start racism. Let that be the reason. Okay, that's first and foremost. Black people did not start racism. So, but with that said, you have to protect your children at all costs. And I'm not saying shun white kids. I'm not saying that. But protect your children, make them aware of watching their surroundings. That includes their friend group. Because everybody that says friend ain't your friend. And I'm wondering if Nolan ever had that kind of feeling at all about his friends. You see what I'm saying? Because the true friends, although they came out kind of after the fact, for whatever reason, we don't know, because we know Mississippi is Mississippi. And they have a tendency sometimes to strong arm people into what they want them to do. I don't know. But the true friends went to the funeral. The true friends of Nolan went to the funeral. The true friends was his pallbearers. That's a true friend to me. I don't care what nobody say. If I'm with my friend and my friend, according to them, claims that that friend wants to stay behind, like they said, which is a lie. I'm sorry. I don't believe that shit as far as I can throw it. But say my friend elects to stay behind to hang out with a girl he just met on some island that's pretty much uninhabitable. There's no buildings, no shelter, nothing. I'm going to be trying to convince my friend, the hell you ain't. You are not staying here. If I got to drag your butt on this boat, you ain't staying out here alone. No food, no communication, because I have your phone. All of this stuff is weird, and it reeks of guilt. But then they want to play victim. And that's the part that kills me. They're on an interview tour right now, trying to portray themselves as the victims. But they're still alive and breathing. You still open your eyes in the morning. You go in the kitchen and where your mama and daddy paid a mortgage, and you can pour that bottle of milk into your bowl and fill up your cereal bowl with something to eat, Nolan can't do that no more. Nolan can't do that no more. Nolan cooked dinner for his family the night before, fixed some salmon, because that's how he was. He can't do that for his family anymore. So for these young guys to come out here acting as though they're being mistreated, I'm sorry, I beg to differ. You're under suspicion because of the moves you made. Ding, 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 ding. You make weird moves, you get weird reactions. And by no means are these reactions weird. As a matter of fact, the story is falling apart. They got together and concocted a story, and it's not sticking. It's falling apart. Don't you love it when a bad plan doesn't come together? God is good all the time. And all the time, God is good. But it's been very interesting. There's been a lot of players in this thing because the people involved, the grown-ups involved, are parents of these 3 boys, which somehow or another is turned into an even bigger group somehow, and I'm trying to figure that one out. What used to be 4 boys got on a boat now became 20 to 30 people on 3 boats. How the hell did that happen? When did that happen? And why are we just now hearing about it? That doesn't make sense. So, with that said, I see the story keeps changing over and over and over again. Let's throw some more people. You don't name them. Because if we name them, that means they're going to have to go talk to them. Oh, by the way, have you even talked to the 3 that were on the boat? I don't think we know that. Because everything is being swept under the rug. Everything. Oh, this is an ongoing investigation. You report on any damn thing else you want to report on. Hello. You can tell on anybody else. If this was a story about 3 black dudes and a white boy, and the white boy didn't come back, and the black dudes came back tight-lipped, not talking, just act like nothing happened, and ain't acknowledging the dude that's missing until much later in the night, and then you call the mama, which you've never called the mom before under any circumstances, even though you claim to have been friends with this individual since elementary school, but you've never been to his house. If you have, it wasn't a big deal, because that's what he said in his other interviews. We never went over Nolan's house. Why? I mean, if I had friends for that long, I would be at their house sometime. I'm not saying go over there every day, spend the night every weekend, none of that. You ain't got to do all that. But this dude said they never went to Nolan's house. And I'm like, why? Were you forbidden? Were you obeying parents? Let me see what Problem Solver said. If them boys are saying that they left Nolan on the island, then how do they know that he drowned? Hello. Shouldn't they want to know what happened to him if they're his friends? Absolutely. If a true friend cared. But see, that's where we find out that the story is unraveling. It's unraveling. I don't know if you guys, hi Pickles. I don't know if you guys heard the latest audio of when they made the phone call, the alibi call, I call it, to what is it, Ceto? Unfortunately, I don't have that available to pull up, unfortunately, because I was in a hurry getting this live together. But they placed a call to Ceto to say that their boat is sinking. Okay, timelines don't even match up. It's just weird. But if you listen to this, and I encourage you to go back on YouTube when you get a chance and find a video. They're all over the place. Find a video that plays the audio of the call, the 911 call. Okay, hello, Q-Rock. Listen to that 911 call, and I mean, our boat's sinking. What? Huh? No urgency whatsoever. You hear a lot of racket going on in the background, but it was said on other platforms. I didn't hear it because I don't hear very well sometimes. Hey, the princess. How are you, sugar? How are you, sweetie? Good to see you. But others I've heard say that they could hear in the background statements such as, is he dead? We're going to talk about Willie D, problem solver. You already know. That's one of my topics today. Ashley Cole. Just what you typed in. Thank you, problem solver. You just saved me of explaining what I'll be talking about today. It's not the only thing. But problem solver said Willie D called the Nolan Wells tip line, and it was the Judge Ashley Cole phone number. And guess what? I called it too. Should I call it again? It's kind of like out of sync from where I was going to talk about this, but since you brought it up, I would love to play it. Let's see. I don't even have to play it. I don't have to look for it because it's right here in my recent calls. Let me turn this up as high as I can. I want you guys to hear this. This is the tip line to Nolan Wells case. Okay. Thank you, Simone, for the 30 jewels. Thank you so much. Let me see if I can get this to play. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear.
Hi, you've reached the office of Judge Ashley Cole. Please leave your name, number, the case number, and a brief message at the sound of the beep, and we'll call you back as soon as we get a chance. Thank you.
Did y'all hear that? This is the number to the tip line for Nolan Wells' case that should be going to the sheriff's department. This is the number that they posted for people to call. The number, go ahead and try it out yourself. The number is area code 228-769-3036. Okay? I'm going to play it again. And we'll get into it a little later because I want you to see how this ties into the sheriff's department to show you how much they're in cahoots with each other. Okay? Let me play this again.
Hi, you've reached the office of Judge Ashley Cole. Please leave your name, number, the case number, and a brief message at the sound of the beep, and we'll call you back as soon as we get a chance.
Yes.
Thank you. You cannot.
Yes, Devin. That is exactly who that is. This is Warren's stepmom, Judge Ashley Cole. Warren is the one that, how many names could I give this fool? Officer Tatum. Right now, I call him a black coon. Black coon Tatum. The one that's been doing the interviews with the boys. Yeah. I tell you, this thing gets crazier and crazier. And they're playing right in our faces. Now, there is another number. If you dial the same number and transpose the last two numbers instead of punching in 39, or wait a minute. Instead of punching in 36, Punch in 63, you get the sheriff's department. But they don't have that number posted. They have her number posted as the tip line. Simone says, now why is it her phone number for the hotline? That little sundown town is so crooked. Those tips never going to get anywhere. Exactly. So, I mean, that's just one little tidbit. I kind of jumped ahead because I was going to talk about that a little later. But just to fill you in on a few other little tidbits. Angel Myers. What's her name? Angel Myers McGillrath, I think. She's the district attorney. She came out with her little self and did a brief announcement that the state of Mississippi will be withholding the autopsy report, the results of their autopsy report, until it's reviewed by a grand jury. They taking their toys home. They don't want to play with us no more, so they're going to take their toys home like little kids. That's how we know they playing. That's how we know that they're playing in our face. Mama Purple. Hello, sweetie. What happened to your font, sweetheart? It's really tiny. I can barely see it. Who is calling me? Okay, sweetheart. I see you. Got you. So yeah, that was a very interesting little statement that she came out with, that they're going to withhold the results of their autopsy report from the public. Now, these are the people that withheld the throat, the trachea, I can't pronounce the name of that bone right there. That they took all that and kept it and sent the body to Washington, D.C. for the independent autopsy. And I think there was some other parts missing as well. If not parts, information that should have been conveyed, or samples of those pieces that should have been. They're making it very clear what's going to really prove the case. Because drowning is a very easy thing to prove. That's one of the easiest things to prove when it comes down to a pathologist. That's one of the easiest things they can prove. Oh, Problem Solver said something. Let me get you back up here. I live in Mississippi and things like this happens all the time. Exactly. These earthly demons have been killing us and walking free for years. And you know what? More light needs to be focused on this. What we've already known for years. But you know, they say sunlight is the best disinfectant. Sometimes fire is even better. You know, Devon said, Auntie, I don't understand. How can these people keep his organs without family consent? Well, that's a good question. I don't know if they even need family consent when it comes down to sending it to another pathologist. Hold on just a second. I'm here, sweetheart. I'm just getting ready to go, but I'm in the bushes watching. Okay, baby. I see you. I got you. Satin said the name Cooney it's perfect, is the name of a pig. Yes. I call him Black Coon. There's several names out there for this brother. How dare you? Oh, I get so pissed off when I think of this dude, because he gets out there and purposely degrades, demeans, and just shits on Black people and the image of Black people as if they're just garbage. Dude, have you looked in the mirror lately? Come on, man. Come on. Problem Solver says it's hard to get justice if the police and local government is in with. Exactly. But you know what, Problem Solver? And I'm sure you probably know this. Okay. When slavery was abolished back in 1864, 65, I think. When slavery was abolished, And black folks were no longer required to be slaves. Okay. What did they replace slave catchers with? They created something called the justice system, law enforcement, and called them police. See, police wasn't around during slavery. There was no need for it. They didn't do that. They didn't have all that. But when they abolished slavery, they needed a way to justify having officers go out there and round up runaway slaves, even though they were free. So they gave them another name, called them police. And they've been police ever since. And instead of putting them back on the sale block to be sold, they're putting them in the cell block in the prisons. Okay, Miss Purple said, I researched and found out in cases like they don't have to get parents' consent. See, this is so messed up. It's so backwards. You would think that two pathologists, this isn't a mine yours thing. They're supposed to be neutral. Okay? This isn't mine and that isn't yours. We're working for the same goal, and that's to find out how this young man departed this earth. But no, they playing games. I'm not releasing nothing. This is your comrade. The guy over in DC that's trying to do his job just like you just did yours. It's common for pathologists to share information to come to a common goal of solving a case such as this, to find out how this young man passed away. But it don't take no rocket scientist to figure it out. They withheld everything they needed to withhold so they couldn't come up with the actual way he died. Because the narrative that they want to press, meaning Mississippi, the narrative they want to press is that he drowned. But the math ain't mathin'. And it has nothing to do with the fact that he was a good swimmer. Yes, you can go into harsh waters with currents and all that stuff and end up going under. I don't need to tell my son's story again. I already know. It's the other circumstances behind that don't add up. He elected to stay on the island. First of all, friend, you don't let your friend stay behind. I don't care what kind of tail he's chasing after. Hello, adventurous you. If the least you could do is find out, okay, if you're staying behind, we need to know who you're coming back with. There were thousands of people on that island. They want us to believe that something happened to him on that island. It didn't happen to him on that island. That's why nobody's coming forward to say, oh, I saw something happen to him over there. Or I seen him get in a fight over there. Nobody's coming forward because there was nothing to see. Because whatever happened to him on that boat. That's my own interpretation. I can't speak for everybody else. But why else would you have his phone? Why else would you have his keys? We were just talking about that, adventurous you. Isn't that convenient? Did you hear me play it? Put a 1 in the chat if you heard me play it, adventurous you. Or have you heard it already? That was very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But you know what else shows us that this is a multi-tiered cover-up with power in terms of powerful people pulling the strings. Now we got the governor coming out, bumping his fat jaws. Yeah. He came out in a statement to Fox News Digital. How ironic. Governor Tate Reeves of Mississippi is blaming Ben Crump and Al Sharpton for stoking racial division. How about that? They ain't got to stoke no racial division. There's already racial division down there. This is Mississippi. Come on, man. And then saying it's for personal gain. Now, if y'all don't know, Al Sharpton and Ben Crump ain't got paid. They didn't come down there with their hands out. I seen Al Sharpton throw $50,000 in the pot for a reward to anybody coming up with information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the demise of this young man. Saying that there's a growing hostility. You think? Because y'all making some real funny style moves down there in Mississippi. Real funny style. But now, mind you, the governor's coming out with this narrative. It was just a week ago he was saying, oh, I don't know much about the case. I don't know anything about the case, but, I don't think it was foul play. Man, have you even opened a doggone envelope to read anything about this case? Or are you just taking cutesy poo over there? The judge who really has no business doing anything publicly in this case. This is an open investigation. Why are you bumping your gums about anything? Your son, your stepson, is one of the suspects. Or is he? Is that what y'all trying to prevent? Because the world sees you. It doesn't matter how much you cover up. In the court of public opinion, they have more to worry about than what someone can prove in court. A lot of people can not prove stuff in court, but there's a lot of people out there that trump all that out. I hate using that word trump, but in this case, it was appropriate. Okay? So, speaking of Willie D, I love Willie D. He pulled up some information on the governor. And unfortunately, I didn't have time to pull that video up. But let me tell you what Willie D found. Willie D got to digging. I love Willie D. I remember him way back in the day when he was rapping. That's how old I am. Tatum did this interview with Warren, part 4. Okay. But, yeah, he pulled up some information on the governor. And apparently, the governor attended, what's the name of this school? Let me tell you what school this joker went to. He was a student back in 1993 at Millsap College in Mississippi. Okay? And if you check out his yearbook, yes, I am old. Yes, I am Reginald. I'm proud of it. You will find pictures of him in the yearbook. They wore black faces in the yearbook and Confederate costumes. His fraternity. They were wearing blackface and Confederate costumes. Just for the fun of it. Just a nice gag. Just pulling each other's leg. Get the hell out of here. It really infuriates me. This case really infuriates me. But apparently there is a part 4 to Officer Tatum's interview with Warren. Warren, of course, for those who don't know, Warren is the one that called Nolan's mom at 11:07 that night. He's the one that had Warren's keys in his, phone in his possession. Didn't tell her he had his phone. And so when she started looking for her son, because she didn't know he was missing, his phone traced right back to Warren's house. And then the dad had to go trace his keys down at another kid's house, and had a problem getting those back right away. So it just all looks very, very, very fishy. But with all that said, let me pull up part 4 of Black Coon's interview with Warren. Give me just a second. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to turn down this music as usual, so y'all don't have to hear the music going on in the background, okay? Share my screen. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Let me add this to the stage. I'm going to turn it up a little bit so you guys can hear because it's kind of low. Just bear with me just for a second. Okay. Come on, where's my cursor at? Good grief. Okay.
People are still out there partying and
Correct.
they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. Like, the boat could possibly sink, and Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. My reaction was I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down.
Now notice he refers to the other guys as his buddies. My buddy, but he doesn't refer to Nolan with that same regard. You feel me? Can you guys hear this okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to turn it up. Okay, Lady Letitia, you said, wait a minute. He said that Nolan was on a boat with a girl. What boat? No, that's not quite what he said. He was talking about what he was here. I'll play it again. Because that's the story that they're trying to say, is that he stayed behind on the island for Katie. Okay. And can you guys hear okay? You're all fine? So I want to make sure everybody can hear. Here, I'm going to play it over. This is kind of pulled from part 3. So this is just, a recap of
I didn't
part
come
of
down
part
here,
3.
do anything other but to get the truth. Did you kill Nolan? Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone? People are still out there partying and
Correct.
they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. Like, the boat could possibly sink, and Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy.
Second. Okay, let me get you up here, Lady Letitia. Hi, Lady Letitia.
Hey, hello, Auntie Vicky. I've been listening in the background. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's not very good quality, but yeah, I can
It's
hear
not
you.
very good. Okay, I'll
It,
make it
it's
quick.
breaking up.
Um,
Okay.
Nolan, he says Nolan was on the boat with Christy.
Right.
What boat was he on with Christy?
He was saying as he was trying to round up, see, this is where the lies kind of get exposed. Remember, he said, well, just now he said he was Nolan was on a boat with what's her name? Katie. And he was
Katie.
saying, come
Yeah.
on, everybody, get on the boat, get on the boat. Okay.
Okay.
This is where this is, and I'm going to point this out now before I forget. In his earlier interview, he said that they left at 4:30. Okay. But earlier in the interview, he said the last time he laid eyes on Nolan was at 3:00. You follow me?
Right. Right.
So if the last time you saw Nolan was at 3:00, how are you telling this story about him on a boat with Katie and you're trying to get him to get on the boat and it's 4:30?
Oh wow.
Does that make sense to you?
Because it doesn't make sense. And then he said the last time. You're right. It's not making sense. The last time he saw Nolan was at 3, but then you tell him to get on the boat at 4.
And then he tried to clean it up a little later and said, well, I heard my friend telling him, Nolan, get on the boat, Nolan. But see, that's not what you said before. You said the last time
Right.
you saw Nolan was at 3:00. But you guys left at 4:30. The GPS even proves that. You left the island at 4:30. And see, this is part of the alibi. Okay, this is why I believe that this was premeditated. I believe, and this is just my own belief, I believe them boys were jealous of Nolan. Nolan had some stuff to do come Monday, and his future was about to blow up in a positive way come Monday. He had the potential to make it into the NFL one day. You see what I'm saying?
You know, yeah,
But the thing
that,
is
you
that
know,
he busted himself. He busted himself. He said
yeah, he
3:00, then 4:30, and we're telling Nolan to get on the boat. But you said you saw him at 3:00. But there's more. This is just a
right.
little
That was
brief
the last
part
time he
from
talked to him.
yeah, this is just a part from part 3, but there's a part 4 of the interview. This is what I'm playing now.
Okay.
This is just, at the very beginning when they're about to air or something, they just kind of go over the last one. So I'm going
Yeah.
to pick up where we left off. Here we go.
Okay.
They traced him, and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. My reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks, I broke down.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. Mm-hmm. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're getting from the media is that they literally had to, I don't know, coerce you guys into giving it back. You didn't know where it was at. You were hesitant to give the phone over.
The fact that he had to come to his house, the fact that his mama had to locate his phone after just getting off the phone with you. You have his phone. You call his mom to say your son is missing, and have you seen Nolan? But you have his phone, and you don't tell the mama, I have his phone here. You know why he didn't tell her? Because she would have been able to put 2 and 2 together and figure, he can't call me if he don't have his phone. Am I making any sense here?
Yes.
So
how is he going to do anything without his phone?
He doesn't even reveal to the mother that he has her son's phone.
At
Why
that
is
particular
that?
time.
At that
Right.
time,
Why you didn't tell her?
she had to go on her Life 360 app to track his phone down, and guess where she tracked it down at? His house.
Exactly. See, that's right there is foul play.
There's your first red flag right there. The phone
Yep,
call in itself was mysterious because these boys have never
covering
called
it
her
up.
under any circumstances. And it's 11:07 at night. You left the island at 4:30. That's a lot of time from 4:30 to 11. And you just think
Mm-hmm.
he's just hanging out at the island, and
And they
you
went
have
back
his
out
phone
there
all this
too.
time and his car keys. You have all this stuff, and you just well, it's probably, he's probably hanging out at some girl's house. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, no, 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 no,
Your
no,
story is coming apart.
no.
And he called his stepmama judge in a panic for her help, and she helped him. That's all I'm gonna say. Because that audio, let me see. Adventurous You said there is a second emergency call, and he said there is no one on the boat over 21, and they needed to be towed. And then the grandfather that owns the boat called the Coast Guard directly and told the Coast Guard, no, they're fine. But they're sinking though. No, they're fine. If they need you for anything, we'll call you back.
Right.
You don't think that shit's weird? First of all, how did Grandpa know there was a problem in the first place? He called the Coast Guard directly. What you want to bet he's in on it too?
You think the Coast Guard is in on it?
No, I think the Grandpa is in on it.
I do too. I think the grandpa is in on it. I think
If the
they call the
stepmama's in on it,
grandpa
the Grandpa can be
panicky.
on it. And the boat was never towed because he told them they don't need a tow. They're fine.
Well, she's the reason why they're gonna lose this case. She's the one that
Well,
is why they
she
all
gonna
gonna
go
be
to
found out.
jail. She gonna go to jail.
Yep.
If them boys go to jail, she going to jail. And as she should, as they all should. You're tampering with evidence. Something happened to that boy on that boat. That is
Yep.
what I believe.
It sure did. And they panicked and called Coast Guard.
Well,
And they
didn't
lied
even
and
call
said
the
it was
Coast Guard.
water
They
coming
called
into the boat.
Cito. They called Cito. They didn't call the Coast Guard.
Oh, like
Cito called the
to
Coast
tow
Guard.
them.
Yeah,
Oh,
Cito
I'm
was to come
sorry.
out there and
Okay.
tow them because they claimed that their boat was sinking. We're taking on water.
Right.
We're in 31 feet of water. I would be a lot more panicky than that if I'm sinking in a boat.
Yeah, and I would have had my life jacket on. And they
Yeah.
didn't have it on because she asked them about the life jackets.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and proceed because we got to get to part. Well, this is part 4. I'm tripping. They got to get
Almost
on
as
to
they
the
had
new
to
story.
turn your wrist or twist your arm just to give it back.
Right.
Well, what happened with the cell phone thing? So let's go back to the first engagement you had when it comes to the family or somebody coming back to get the cell phone and keys. When did that occur, and what happened there?
Okay, well, that night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said the night of the 4th?
Yes,
Night of the 4th,
Adventurous
but it was
You.
about 12:30, I would like to
I've
say.
heard different things.
So I went back to my buddy's house. I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed together the night before.
My buddies.
My buddy got a call from this guy, and the guy was like, "Oh, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff?" Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and he was just like, "Oh, where y'all at?" My buddy said, we're at my buddy's house, and he said, "All right," and then he just hung up. And
look how he's acting.
About
He
30
can't keep
minutes
his
later,
lies
I'd like
straight.
to
Auntie
say,
Mickey,
all of a
he's
sudden the door
lying.
just
He
got
can't keep his
open
lies
and
straight.
slammed, and
No,
there was a
he's
girl who
all
walked in, and
over the place.
probably about 8 or 9 guys
Girl,
behind her,
let
and
me
then
back up a little
under
bit. Look how he's
my buddy's
answering.
house, and he said, all right. And then he just hung up.
And he's stuttering. He's all
And,
over.
Scratching his
So
head and shit.
about 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed, and there was a girl who walked in, and like probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her, and then another mom, which was Javon's mom. And
who's Javon? I want to put that in perspective. Who is Javon?
Javon is one of Nolan's good friends. He's a friend of mine too. You know, like great guy. And
He's trying to paint a picture now that a gang of people came over there to get in his ass. That's the latest fabric. They're trying to play victim. Haven't you ever seen this happen in the past where they've done something to someone? This is any bully. Someone does something to someone, and then you pretty much stand up to them, and the next thing you know, you're the victim. Think of Maggie. Ain't that what Maggie does?
Exactly. That's exactly what she does, Auntie
They're
Nikki.
trying to take on the role as a victim, and they're not victims. Oh, we're getting death threats. Okay, why don't you play some of them so we can hear them? Maybe we can identify some of them voices. Let us help you. How about that? Let us help you. Let's listen to some of these death threats that you're receiving. Release them to the public. Oh, we got to take your word for it?
Release them to the public.
Come on.
his mom and their family is, very close with, the Wells family. And, I mean, so I don't know why she was there, like what was going on, but I was very surprised about this. I was like, you just basically like kick the door open and, bust up in the house with no knock or anything.
Really?
So is Javon black or white?
Javon's mixed. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I guess he's mixed.
Yeah.
So, but he's not white.
He's not white.
Just
not
white. Or all white, I guess you want to call it.
Yeah.
So then they come in the house. Do you know any of these people?
I know some of the guys.
the mom, but do you know anybody?
The scary black people, the scary mixed guy who's black, but he's got some white in him. The scary black people kicked in my door. And this is the first time we hearing about this. Get the hell out of here. While you scratching and itching, can't half-ass talk without man, hush your mouth.
I've seen the mom before, and I know most of them. Most of the guys went to high school with me, and like I'm friends with some of the guys. I mean, I know some of them. So eventually, like things started to get heated, and I was just like a guy I was friends with in high school. He was like, "Man, come outside with me," and I was like, "All right." And I walked outside with him. He was like, "Man, I don't know why. Like they're panicking, and like this is just like I think Nolan's just on somebody's couch. He's been drinking all day. He's just messed up, and
You hear how do you hear how he paints a picture of Nolan every time he talks about Nolan? He's been drinking all day.
Yeah, very negative. Very negative.
Yeah.
Tone.
Okay, Adventurous You said, OT was said that the Wells family are related to Ida B. Wells from Holly Springs, Mississippi, ex-civil rights, and it said, okay. But still, do you see the picture they're trying to paint, though? That a bunch of people came over my house, broke my door down. Why aren't they in jail then, if that happened? I mean, because I haven't heard about anybody going to jail.
Incident.
I ain't heard of no arrests. I've heard of no incidents. All I know is we've heard crickets from y'all until you stepped out in front of that camera with your arrogant ass. Because you figure you done got away with something.
Yeah, that's it. Arrogant. Totally arrogant.
Yes, Maureen. Yes. He's one of them guys that is arrogant and craves attention, and he's out here being cocky with his, his leg crossed and matter of fact and this, that. And then you got Officer Black Coon over there talking to him, that's giving, just co-signing everything. And, all the liars are saying about you. You just, what you gonna do next? Unzip his zipper and start sucking? What you gonna do, brother? Because that's all he doing. Don't get me started. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't mean to go there, but this is making me go there.
This is nothing that we have to worry about. As much as, I sat there and I told him, I was like, I agree. I would think, he's on somebody's couch, just had been drinking all day and just, drank too much and was super intoxicated. And, that's kind of what a lot of us thought, but they were kind of losing it and they were going crazy. And the mom that was with them demanded Nolan's phone, because Nolan left the phone on the boat. And when we ran in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone.
Nolan left his phone on the boat. He said that, right? Nolan left his phone on the boat. Sorry, I dropped myself by accident, about to go eat, but still listen. Okay, sweetheart. Nolan left his phone on the boat. But he didn't leave it on the boat before they left the island and claimed to have left him behind. Nolan was on that boat. Yeah, he left his phone on the boat, all right. And he left the boat. He didn't leave the island. He left the island and he ended up leaving that boat. That's why his phone and keys were still on the boat. Man, please. Who you think you fooling? God.
And his keys were not on the boat, because his car was parked at my buddy's house where we had all slept, the night before the 4th. And so the keys were left at the house because Nolan's car was at my buddy's house where we stayed at. So of course he left his keys there. But his phone, he was drinking. He didn't have his phone in the water because no one did. And there was more than just Nolan's phone that wasn't on the boat with us.
That part of the adventure is
So it was more than just Nolan's phone that was on the boat.
Yeah, we obviously had all our phones, but on the boat. But
get it together.
Those weren't the only people. Like, Nolan wasn't the only person that left a phone on the boat. There was a lot of people that left phones on the boat.
Okay, so let's see. Who left their phone on the boat once they got back to his house? Because that's what he's talking about. He's talking about a mob of people came to his house. And Nolan's phone was there at the house, and so was Nolan's keys. Now, I'll give you this. Okay, maybe he did leave the keys at the house, but he didn't leave that phone at the house. He left it on the boat. His phone made it back, but he didn't. But he stayed at the island without his phone. No, nobody leaves their phone on a boat so they can hang out with a girl. If anything, if he was going to stay, he'd have said, yo, man, before you leave, give me my phone, man. There ain't nothing going on out here. I got to be able to call somebody if something go down. You mean to tell me Nolan, as bright as he is, would forget something like that? How many people don't have their phone attached to their, shoot, if they could have it surgically implanted, they probably would. And I want to know who all these other people's phones were that you're talking about now. Were they still on the boat too? Because he's all over the place right now. Hey, happy life. Exactly, Maureen. Because that's the YouTube Black Coon. That's Tap Dance Charlie. All right, so boss. I got you, boss. That's who that is. Lady Letitia says, right, who all left their phone on the boat? And why was Nolan not giving his phone? If they were leaving and everybody needed to get their phone off the boat. That why ain't this dude answering those questions or asking those questions? No, Hopalong is over here trying to create the scenario for him. He's helping him. He's trying to help him and not doing a very good job of it, I might add. Officer Coon.
Not that didn't write out or in with us. So we I mean, there was a couple phones that we had that we didn't know who they belonged to, and my buddy's got that figured out, but it wasn't just Nolan's phone that was on the boat who wasn't there.
Whose phones were they? You had phones on your boat that you had no idea whose phones they were. You had phones on your boat. Once you came back to the mainland and got back home, you had phones that you didn't have any idea who they belonged to. So y'all figured it out. How did you do that? Because most phones, you have to be able to access a passcode. You have to at least have some kind of facial recognition if you're not using the passcode. How did you figure it out about those other phones? Or did you just wait for them to ring so you could answer them? Whose phones did you have beside Nolan's? Give me a break. Don't even bother to answer because you're lying. That's the craziest lie so far. Okay.
There's a lot of phones.
So when they barged in,
hey Carmela,
they started getting frantic. The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
Just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. Like, she asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with, the Wells family, and my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you? Miss Christine is Nolan's mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once. Like, it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I never. I told her on the phone before I called the Coast Guard.
Stop. Where's the toilet paper? Because you full of shit. You called that woman at 11:07. And you still ain't told her that you have the phone. And you told her when I called the Coast Guard. So you call her. Then you call. Okay, what? You called her. You didn't tell her about the phone during that call, but you called the Coast Guard and then you called her. Is that how it worked out? Whatever it is, can somebody please loan me a roll of toilet paper? Because yes, he does look like Sean Penn with that beak. Waiting for Madonna to come dancing out behind him. Devon Holloway said Ray Charles can see Stevie Wonder got a notion. These mofos lying. Ain't no mob came to his house. Where the other day, where others data deleted too. Exactly. Explain that part. I want him to ask that question. Let's see if he asks that question. Because this is my first time watching this interview as well. There might be some things that I may say and come to find out I look stupid because he just answered it or something. I'll say, oh, okay. But so far, dude is lying and he can't keep up with the lie. I want to go back and look at that again. Watch how he just stammers. He can't keep it straight.
Her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I told her on the phone before.
Did that make any sense? Let's go back a little bit more. Let's go back just a little bit more. Okay. Let's go over that. Let's pick this apart.
We obviously had all our phones, but on the boat, but those weren't the only people. Like Nolan wasn't the only person that left a phone on the boat. There was a lot of people that left phones on the boat, not that didn't write out or in with us. So we I mean, there was a couple phones that we had that we didn't know who they belonged to, and my buddy's got that figured out.
So they were the holder of all phones on the island. Maybe that's it. We are the holder of all phones on the island. If you want to find your phone, find the boat that left at 4:30. Come put your phone on our boat. We're going to take good care of your phone because we're going to leave and not tell anybody. We're leaving at 4:30 on July 4th during the middle of a big old party on an island. Make that make sense. You didn't even stick around to watch fireworks. But you're the keeper of all phones. You're so good at it that you had many phones that you didn't have any idea who they belonged to. Yes, they levitated, Maureen. They just rose up, drifted over, and lay down on the side of the boat. And then they raised back up and they drifted back over. And then nobody knew who they belonged to. But then my buddy figured it out. Okay, so Buddy must know passcodes. Buddy must look like whoever owned the doggone phones. Because my husband, where's my phone at? My husband can't half-ass get into my phone unless he remembers my passcode. And that's my husband. So I would like to know how all your friends put all their phones on and you were able to rectify that issue when you guys left with some phones that you didn't know who they belonged to, but you rectified it. How'd you get in their phones? You have to get in their phones to rectify it. Or is this a rectify lie? We shall continue. He's making my ass itch. I'm sorry. This is just
No, but it wasn't just Nolan's phone that was on the boat that who wasn't there. There was a lot of phones.
So when they barged in, they started getting frantic. The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
I mean, just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. Like, she asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with.
Don't you find it odd? It's July 4th night, and you're laying on the couch watching TV. Don't you find that strange? I mean, July 4th. Now, my old ass will probably be laying on a couch somewhere. Okay? I'll be laying in the bed watching fireworks on TV. But we talking some young folks. They are not at home unless something happened. Because then when something drastic like this happens, what I suspect may have happened to Nolan on that boat, first thing they gonna do is hurry their ass at home and get their lies straight. 8 with the 24. Hello, sweetheart. Thank you for the 2 jewels. So good to see you. Okay, let me get back in mama bear mode because this boy done pissed me off. You are insulting our intelligence. For real, for real. You young men, you young men are not chilling at somebody's house because you're tired. We had such a hard day at the island. I mean, it was just, and then, we almost sank. Our boat almost sank, and we didn't need a tow. We were able to make it back inland, and we just, we took our old decrepit asses to someone else's house, and we're hanging out here because it was just a very taxing day. And oh, by the way, I had to have time to call my buddies. Well, I'm sorry, he's not my buddy, Nolan. See, he doesn't refer to Nolan as his buddy, he refers to Nolan as his friend. The buddies are the other friends because there's a distinction. There's buddies, then Nolan. Y'all ever figure that out? Y'all check that out when you see him talk about the two? Because he makes a distinction between the two. He's got buddies, buddies with silver spoons in their mouth, affluent parents, lots of money. And then there's Nolan with all that talent, all that melanin. And they loving it. The girls is loving it. Them girls love that little chocolate brother. That boy's so bad on the football field and the basketball court. And they all love him. Not just the girls, the guys do too. Guess who's jealous? We gonna keep Nolan around because see, he gives us cool points. Y'all been young before. Hey, Lady Letitia, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Thank you, sweetheart. But y'all been young before. We've all been young before, and we were in high school, and there was always that one guy that was just so cool, so super cool. He was good at sports, and he could get any girl he wanted. And then there was the tag-alongs that hung out with him because they didn't have the juice to get the girls that he could get, so they would attach themselves to him because he was the cool one. But then behind his back, he's not the cool one. He's the one they're jealous of. You see what I'm saying? We gonna keep him around because he gives us cool points. Yo, dude. Look here, dude. Look, buddy. I don't know about you, but I know you don't want to deal with Nolan today, but we're gonna need him with us because all the babes are gonna be at the island, and we've got to bring bro with us because there's not too many bros around here hanging with us white guys. Thought you knew. So we're going to get him to hang with us because we need cool points. Do you see the nose on this dude? You think he's pulling panties with that nose? Do you really take a look at the profile? You think he's really pulling draws? I ain't heard nothing about his track record in sports. I ain't heard nothing about his scholastic achievements. None of that. I hear everything about Nolan, and I see the body language and the half-ass, just the deflection and how he separates the two. His buddies and him. He's different from them. He doesn't refer to Nolan as his buddy. I've known him since I was in elementary school. And I've known these guys too. And we never went over Nolan's house. What do you feel the need to tell us that shit for? And why didn't you go to his house? You've known him all this time and you've never really been to his house, but he's been hanging out at your house. This is what you want everybody to believe. You want everybody to believe that he must be some poor little Negro at home and things are so bad at home that he doesn't want to be at home with his parents. He wants to be around you dudes. Get the hell out of here. These boys was hanging on Nolan because they needed clout. And the closest clout they was going to get with them draws at school, in college, and on that beach was through Nolan. Because Nolan had the juice. And Nolan had an assignment. Nolan had somewhere to be on Monday. You really think that boy was going to drink all day? And he got somewhere to go on Monday for tryouts? He was serious about his stuff. If you talk to his parents, that's what they said. But jealousy is a vicious drug. Jealousy is a vicious drug. That's all right. Let me get off my high horse, my soapbox, and put this video back on. I'm sorry.
You know, the Wells
it was
family, and
good.
my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you? Miss Christine is Nolan's mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once. Like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times.
I didn't talk to her.
Briefly about a couple things, but I told her on the phone.
He ain't said shit yet. When did you tell her about the phone? Well, I didn't know about that 12:30, and I didn't. You ain't said nothing yet. All you had to do was say, I told her we had his phone when I called her at 11:07, whatever time he said. Why are you trying to? Let's roll that beautiful bean footage again.
On the boat.
When did you? Miss Christine is Nolan's mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once. Like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I never
talked about a couple things.
I told her on the phone before I called the Coast Guard that we had Nolan's phone. Before I called Miss Christine, I asked, I was like,
he never told her. He just said he never told her on the phone before he talked to the Coast Guard. He talked to her first, then he talked to the Coast Guard. But he didn't tell her in that first conversation, we have your son's phone. Because if he told her that, she would have to then ask him, well, why are you asking me? Have I heard from my son if you have his phone? See how a lie comes apart? It's easier to tell the truth than to remember a lie. And he is clamoring right now. Yes. Okay. Now, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop doing that. I just had to point that out again.
Like, oh, well, where's his location at? Because Nolan has his Snapchat location on for me. And he said, it's Wyatt said it's, in my truck. Like, because everybody who left stuff on the boat, it was Wyatt's boat. So Wyatt put it in his truck, it was normal. And so the phone was in possession in Wyatt's truck. And when that mom came over and asked for it, there was no issue at all with us giving the phone to her. I mean, Nolan just left it on the boat. We handed the phone to her that night of the 4th of July.
And did you guys go through the phone? Or?
Of course not. I mean, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our concern be getting on Nolan's phone or something? I mean, I don't even know Nolan's password. None of my friends do.
That's a good question.
We had no reason ever to get on Nolan's phone and look at anything.
Why would you get on Nolan's phone? Well, let's ask this question. Why would anybody delete all his shit off his phone? Oops, did I ask the wrong thing? Yeah, the phone's being put in the truck, and you called her. She didn't call you looking for her son. You called her. Because you had to establish some sort of an alibi. And you got this brother's phone. Oh, thank you, Maureen. That's all I can do is try to deal with this on a humorous level because it's sad and it's pissing me off. It pisses me off every time I address this issue, but it needs to be said. This shit is bullshit. And it's diabolical. And they've got powerful people helping them cover this shit up. On the phone, on the truck, we had a lot of phones. How did Snapchat get cleared out? How'd that happen? Maybe they knew his code. You know, who knows? But I know that they knew that they had that phone. How is he supposed to call his mom? You're calling the mom out of the blue, which you've never done before, asking if she's seen him. How's she supposed to talk to him if he doesn't have his phone? You have the phone, and then you don't tell her. I call Cap-a-doo.
I didn't even touch Nolan's phone. None of us touched Nolan's phone until somebody took it off the boat and put it in Wyatt's truck, and then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
Did she pick? Was that the only phone that she picked up, or was it other people's phone that they came and got? Or
that I know of, I think that was the only one that she had. But I'm not completely sure. I think that's the only one that she took Nolan's. That's it.
Why? So why would she take anyone else?
On the 4th, where the night probably going into the morning of the 5th, this happens. Then the dad comes back at some point to get the keys. Right. What happened there? When was this, and what happened?
Well, my buddy Brooks drove me and dropped me off at my house, and I woke up to a text the next morning that Miss Christina texted me, and she said, "Hey, Nolan's dad's there." Is
question? Yoo-hoo, got a question. Yoo-hoo, teacher, got a question here. You said his phone was moved to the truck, to Wyatt's truck. But somebody else had the keys. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, why did someone else have the keys? Were the keys and the cell phone together, or were the keys left at someone else's house where the car was located? I'm just trying to ask a question. Because the dad knew where the dad knew where to go to get the keys, because that's where the car was located. So you guys are definitely communicating amongst each other about Nolan. Okay? And then you claim that this big mob of black people came to your house and knocked the damn door down. Listen, we all know if that really happened, I'm going to press play, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom while this is playing. I will be back.
Is there at my buddy's house to pick up the keys. And, I didn't think anything of it. I told her that I was praying for her, and, that we were out there, and we were, doing everything that we could to help out. And
when he came to pick the keys up, was there a confrontation? Because I could have sworn I saw on the news that when he came to pick the keys up, it was almost like an altercation because you guys didn't want to get the keys over, or you said you didn't know where the keys were at?
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me, they just had to look for Nolan's keys. It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's keys? There's no reason to hide anything. This is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
All right. So I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone, but nothing. If none of us had touched Nolan's phone, then, there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And none of us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. Absolutely not. And we have no reason to delete anything. I mean, there's nothing to hide here. I mean, we have had no reason to delete anything, and we never did.
All right. So I have something I want to make sure that we're clear about. because you had mentioned earlier that you saw Nolan cradling Katie.
Right.
Her name is Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
I just want you to explain, what does that mean? Some people in their mind, they may think he's.
Don't you think that that's a strange way to describe a guy holding a girl? Don't you think that's kind of an odd way to describe? Because, if you think about it, if there's a guy holding on to a girl that he likes or whatever, cradling, I attribute cradling more to babies, don't you? Holding them in your arms. Let me turn my camera back on. I'll show you what cradling looks like. Gotta find my cursor first. Cradling is like this. Cradling. This ain't cradling. Or this ain't cradling. I just thought that was odd of him to refer to that as cradling. See, I told you they don't have no smoke. They don't have no juice. They don't even know how to refer to kicking it with a girl. Oh man, I'm gonna go over here and cradle with her. She's pretty hot. Don't you think so, dude? She's pretty hot. Don't tell her I said that. Dude, you better not try to talk to her too. I'm gonna get first dibs. Damn, Nolan always gets the chicks.
He's cradling like a baby.
Yeah.
Like what is that scenario look like?
He was. I mean, Nolan was off. The last time I saw him, like I said, I was off the bow of the boat, and like I said earlier, if you had jumped off the bow of the boat, you were probably about chest or neck deep in water. So Nolan wasn't like carrying her out the water. She's sitting in the water, and Nolan's arms are under the water, and he's carrying her from under the water. But her head's still out of the water. Nolan's head's still out of the water. And I was looking at both of them. So.
Oh, so he's kind of like holding her.
Right.
Kind of like,
in the water, though.
I mean, like we grown, right? There's two people in the water. They feeling each other.
Right.
Like meaning feeling they like each other.
Right.
And
that was obvious.
He's a little more close to her, and they're kind of having a moment.
Correct.
Not saying and not insinuating that it's sexual, but
no, of course not. Yeah.
They're together. They like each other. You looking at him, you like, bro, you crazy, because you know that he like her and he's hanging out with her.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That makes sense. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? Okay. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You saw him at a certain point, but then someone else saw him a lot later when you guys were gone.
How he's trying to help him?
Okay, so the last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3:00, and he was, front of the boat with the girl, and that's the last time I saw him. But there were, I've talked.
Y'all heard that, right? Write it down so we don't forget. 3:00. Where's my pen? Where's my Bic? Where is my Bic? I don't know. I'm going to have to make a mental note of that. 3:00 is the last time that they saw Nolan, or he saw Nolan, in a sea of white faces. 3:00. Hard to miss that, brother. Okie dokie.
To somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6:00, and someone, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan.
We got a 6 in there.
Once we left, there were still dozens on dozens of boats around us. And
that don't mean nothing.
I mean, clearly we were not the last people to see Nolan.
So Warren, I'm going to ask you some very pointed questions.
That ain't what he asked
just straight
you.
out.
Okay.
I didn't come down here to, do anything other but to get the truth,
right,
and for you to have a voice in this.
Right.
And the first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. And absolutely not.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
The mom act like, or at least she portrayed on television, and the rumors are that.
You see how he looked away after he said that? Body language is very important. Body language is very important. Let's look at that again.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of
No.
course not.
Of course not.
The mom
Look
acts
away.
like, or at least she portrayed on television, and the rumors are that you weren't really good friends with Nolan. Is that true or not?
Absolutely not. I hung out with Nolan probably like 3 days a week. I mean, seriously, at least. Some days my friends want to hang out every single day, and Nolan was always there. So,
and obviously people may see this and know the facts later,
right,
that you weren't able to go to the funeral or the memorial service.
Right.
Why not?
Why didn't you go? What was that?
Well, I mean, with everything going on social media right now, with people saying the crazy things that they're saying.
What, guilt? Is that why you didn't go? If you want to exonerate yourself from any suspicion, and that was your boy, my attitude personally would have been, I don't give a damn what nobody say, that was my girl. They just gonna have to look at me crazy. That was my girl. Or that was my dude. Oh, because of everything that was going on and oh, so you cared more about yourself than you cared about your friend being unalived. That don't surprise me. He didn't have a problem going out to that island 2 weeks after the fact. Not a tear in sight. Not one moment did he have to excuse, oh, this is hard. I'm not buying it.
I would never want to take the attention off of Nolan and his family. They don't deserve that. And, for
But you can drag them, though.
own personal reasons. I mean, I've gotten thousands of death threats. My family's got thousands of death threats.
Show them.
And, for my own safety.
Show them. Show them. Where's all the death threats? You want to you feel that you're under a lot of scrutiny. You have access to a platform right now. You've got technology in your favor. You have a cell phone and people are threatening you on your voicemail, for instance. Play it. Play it. I'm hearing crickets. I don't doubt that there's probably people pissed off with them and saying crazy things, but this is the reason you're giving for not going to your buddy's funeral or your friend's funeral that you've known since you were a kid in elementary school. You're going to not go to a funeral that lasted all of maybe an hour. You never went to the funeral home to view his body. You never went to you never went before the service. None of that. Because you were protecting yourself. A knight in shining armor. Well, we're finally getting some attention, dudes. We still get attention from Nolan. Because that's it's the only reason why they hung around him. Hi, Michelle. And then we got Captain Coon here. Oh, God. Captain Kangaroo Coon to the rescue.
I'm not going to put my own health and safety at risk.
It
breaks my heart that I can't go, and it hurt me more than anything because obviously I want to say my last goodbyes to one of my best friends. But
wow, he's so emotional when he says that. Isn't he emotional? This is my best friend. I would never jeopardize my health. You've got the backing of a judge as your stepmother. You can't get protective custody to accompany you to a funeral. You have the police department at your fingertips. Yes, I did, Michelle. I played it. I sure did. I played it. I called it. Yes, I did. He's got access to a lot of things that normal people don't have access to because of who his stepmother is. If you wanted to go to that funeral, trust and believe, you could have been at that funeral. You could have been escorted by the Mississippi Police Department or whoever the hell is in your little town. None of them went. I tell you who did go, though. Javon went. His brother went. They were pallbearers. They put their suits on, cried, and were pallbearers at that funeral because they were his friends. Now these other jokers, especially the other ones that came around after the fact, the black ones that the mom and dad didn't even know. Oh yeah, we were really good friends. Yeah, we gonna talk to him today too.
I mean, if I'm getting thousands of death threats of people saying they're going to kill me and do crazy things to my family and I couldn't bring myself to go because, I got to put my own safety first.
Scared.
And even if that means, missing my friend's funeral, I mean, it's horrible. And I wish I could have been there, but
The barbaric black people were gonna beat me up. They were gonna beat me up if I went to his funeral because they think that I did something to him. They have no understanding how close we were. We were bros. He was my bro. He was my ticket. He was my bro. Because he got all the cool attention and we didn't. And miss me with that bull crap. And you're so arrogant that you get out here on a public platform and think that you got it going on so much that you can just fool the public. Where's your other two boys at? They a little smarter than you, dude. They're a little bit smarter than you. I gotta say it. Your cocky ass should have just stayed home off of YouTube. Man, please.
that's what's been going on,
Yeah.
And you guys, I think this is the first time that you've publicly gave a statement about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously you're doing it with me. We're gonna put it out there for the world. Why did you choose to do it now? And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right.
Because my mom, my stepmom, here's the tea. My stepmom clicked on your comment section on Facebook and sent you a message saying, I sent you a comment. Please read it. My stepmom reached out to you, dude, and flew you here to Mississippi because you're the very coon we need to get my story out. That's why he's talking to you. You know damn well why he's talking to you, because his mammy contacted you on Facebook. And you called her because you're a YouTube content creator and this is for clicks and views as far as you're concerned. And you're just the coon they need to tap dance for them because this is Mississippi. I digress.
Right. Okay. Well, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now, and
I've been watching you
I
for
think
a
you're a
good
great
while.
guy. You've
Why are you watching?
Ever since things got really hot, you've kind of been.
Whoa! I've been watching you for a good while now. What? You're really telling on yourself now. Y'all know who this dude is, right? Most of us know who he is and what he stands for. And this dude says, I've been watching you for some time now, dude. Is that what you really you watch him? Because y'all are like-minded? That's the only reason I could think that you would watch someone like that, because you guys think alike. Why would a 19-year-old that could be playing video games for all I know, sit there and watch this tap dancer dance for your side, for your team, because he's for your team? Yeah, bro. He's black. He's just like Nolan. He's black. We can get some clout from him now. The fuck out of here. Man.
On my friends and I's side. And I really like that about you. I mean, I thought you were very confident and well-spoken, and I really enjoyed that. And all my friends and I watch you. We all think you're great. We
All
love your
my
faith with the
friends
Lord.
watch you.
You know, we try to be closer and closer with the Lord every day. And so
all my friends watch you. We cheer for you because you really stand for us. You really don't stand for the blacks. And you're a black dude. Yeah. And we stand for the Lord. So those black people don't stand for the Lord. Very well spoken. Baby yabba soba. Abba lubba samba ice cream. Your fat Albert ass.
did Nolan, you know, and
He just told on himself
you know,
to me.
that we just really liked the way you spoke about us and how you took our side, not based off
about
someone's agenda,
them.
and, you know, based off of race. Because I mean, that's a horrible thing, you know.
I get it. Okay.
Was this about race? Did this have anything to do with
I'm gonna
race
give
as
him
far
some slack. Let me give him some slack. He doesn't like you because of your show. Because I would find that hard to believe. He would have to be wearing a doggone KKK gown and hood for me to really believe that he follows your show. But I can see him following your show if he finds out that there's some black dude out there in YouTube that's standing for us. Yes, thank you for taking our side, man. God, he's one of the good ones. Look at that. Mom, I told you. I told you we were going to be cool, Mom. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Just quit writing letters to the public. Dumbass. Statements are no longer going to work, Mom.
as from your perspective?
Absolutely not. I mean, Nolan's been a great friend of mine since 8th grade. Nolan isn't my only friend of color, and you know.
Okay, so now, see, I told you, when a lie is told, you can't keep up with it. Didn't he say they were friends since elementary school? Yes, Don. Didn't he say they were friends since elementary school? I don't know critical thinking. I really don't know who his mama or daddy is. I don't know. But this dude here said that him and Nolan have been buddies. They've been friends. He didn't say buddies. He said friends. We've been friends since elementary school. We grew up together. Now he says they've been friends since 8th grade. So you done forgot what? Kindergarten through 7th? That's 7 years. How long you been hanging around your buddies? I bet you've been with your buddies longer, huh? Don't forget us, dude. Yeah. We ride or die. I spend the night at your house, you spend the night at my house. We jack off over other girls and everything. We just don't tell anybody that we watch each other. Dude, we got to find another one, man. Maybe we can latch on to this one. No, he's married. And he's got a white wife, so I'm sorry, you don't fit the mold. You're gonna have to find another dude. Yes, critical thinking. That's that's it. Those were his buddies. Nolan was the fifth wheel. Nolan was he almost acted like Nolan was a tag along, because there were times in an earlier interview that he didn't outright say it, but the way that he answered certain questions was almost like, yeah, Nolan always wanted to come with us. Really? Really? Did that bother you? Because you made it a point to say Nolan always wanted to come with us. Why would you say that? Or maybe you wanted him to come with you because you had no clout, you had no game, you had no juice, you couldn't pull no panties, you had no savoir faire, you got a big ass beak in the front of your face, you know, and and Nolan was taller than you. He could whoop your ass on the basketball court and the football field, and still treated you like a brother. Mm, mm, mm. Ain't that a blip? Ain't that a blip? But y'all was only friends since 8th grade. I understand you forgot all the other stuff. Let's just roll that beautiful beam footage.
You know, I have plenty of friends through high school, and friends I have now, not just Nolan, who are black, Mexican. You know, I've never looked at that, and none of my friends ever have. Like, and if you do, you know, that's disgusting. You know.
And if you had a chance to,
he didn't even understand,
you know, tell the world that have painted this picture of you and your friends as being potential murderers of Nolan, white supremacists, racists, what would you want the world to know if you can summarize to them in a very short paragraph or a few sentences?
Yeah.
What would you want to say to them if you had the opportunity?
I would want to say to them that my family and I are praying for y'all. You know, I can never bring myself to tell somebody that I'm going to kill them, and that
that's priceless.
You know, I've received, and my family's received, absolutely horrible threats about this.
We're praying for
you know, I want people to know that
we're praying for y'all. We're praying for y'all because we're right and you're wrong. See, we did a whole lot of shady shit, and y'all was so smart that you picked up on it. Hey, G Money. Welcome back, love. The prodigal child is back. Good to see you. Y'all picked up on that. See, y'all forgot. Or maybe you didn't understand or even knew that black people are not ignorant. Black people been a lot smarter than you ever understood. Maybe mom and daddy didn't teach you that part, but you effed around and found out that we're a lot more intelligent than you think. And we peeped your whole card at the moment you called that boy's mama. We peeped your whole card. Yeah, they're the victims. They're doing a whole, you know, throw a rock, hide your hand. That's that. Everything. Absolutely, Maureen. Nolan was everything he wanted to be, but knew he could never be. You know why he couldn't? Because no amount of money your stepmammy had or your pappy had, no amount of money than the doctor, the lawyer had. You can't buy real talent. You can't buy it. You can't even rent it. You can't go to the local I need some talent store and put a few dollars down on the counter and say, yeah, I need to rent some talent. I need to rent some talent. My buddy over here, he needs some too. But see, we're with this black dude over here, and he seems to got the juice. And we need to compete because we don't intend to keep him around much longer, if you know what I mean, because he's going to blow up and we got to stop that from happening. Because if we let him go to college and blow up, we'll never catch up with him. Imagine that. We'll never catch up with him. So he must be stopped. Now, I might be wrong. I'm just doing all this for satire, but not all this, but I truly believe they were jealous of him. I truly believe in my heart that they were jealous of Nolan. I really do. And watching this dude sit and tap dance around this interview. Well, they both tap dancing in one shape, form, or fashion. But the way that they're tap dancing around this interview is so indicative of what guilt looks like. That part, critical thinking, see, they didn't use critical thinking. They didn't think we would even think of that because we're not critical thinkers. Thought you knew. I thought they knew, but they didn't know. They'll never figure it out. Because my dad has a PhD in poopology or whatever kind of doctor he's in. Whatever kind of doctor he is. And then the judge, she's so doggone smart, she intervened. I've got clout, I've got pull, I know people. But one thing you don't have, you ain't got enough clout to cover all those people that may be putting their neck on the line for you. You ain't got enough clout to cover everybody. And everybody ain't gonna give up their shit for you. Because when the shit gets real funky and everybody starts putting two and two together and your little pipe dream falls apart, guess what? Your whole castle gonna crumble because this one over here that's got this area covered is gonna say, bitch, I ain't going down for you. And then this one over here is gonna say, oh no, I got kids in school my damn self, I need my job. They ain't gonna go down for you either. See, your little tower is gonna crumble. Even the governor, even his shit done come out. Hey, Camille. Even his stuff done come out. Oh yeah, he used to go to a school and was in a fraternity that celebrated white supremacy. They wore blackface and all kind of Confederate costumes and just mimicked black people like like little black Sambos. They looked at it as leisure fun. You have that mentality and you feel the ability to get away with what you're doing and you never have to answer for it. You answer for it through situations like this. Like this. That guy and his friends. And I digress.
Our faith with the Lord is stronger and means more to us than anything. And we all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth. And I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith. But I want people to know that I'm praying for them. And if they want to speak hate and speak, these horrible things, and
but they're not
you're
horrible.
Obviously not in the right state of mind, and you need to work on yourself. It's a horrible thing, and
it's a horrible thing to leave your friend behind and not tell. It's a horrible thing. Don't you think? It's a horrible thing to pretend like your friend is your friend. Let's just lie and say he stayed on the island. What do they know? We're covering our own ass. Because that's what friends do. Who you talking to, Ami? Who you talking to, Ami? Please tell me. You're not wrong, Auntie. Absolutely jealous and no brown Mississippi threatened. Wait a minute, let me put that up. And no brown Mississippi threatened them. Those brown folks scared of the it's there. I didn't quite understand that last part, but I get you. You the white boy, Ami? Is that who you are? Or I'm sorry, tell me who you are. Because I'm kind of stuck on what you're saying. You said work on yourself and stop telling lies. Are you saying white boy, stop telling lies and work on yourself? Is that who you're talking to? Because if that's the case, I agree with you. Okay, Ami. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for clarifying. Because sometimes people come up in this chat and they be talking real whoo. Sometime got to come up out of, the covering. Oh, look at that. Mark Wallace says, only lies I hear are coming from the host. Is that right, Mark? Well, then I tell you what, sweetheart. Take your ass and open your own channel, and you can say anything you want, okay? In the meantime, toodles. Peace. Yes, G Money, he is. Yeah. So anyway, I'm doing pretty good today. I don't have as many trolls coming in here, but then again, I think I might be ignoring half of them.
Race was
Let's hear him
never
talk
a
about the
thing
Lord
between
more.
Nolan and I and my friends. I mean, I have friends in my friend group that are Mexican and, mixed, black. I mean, that's never mattered. And I think it's just absolutely disgusting that people try to make this narrative out of something that it's absolutely not, first off, and out of something that they have zero facts about. Jackson County hasn't released any facts.
Jackson
There haven't
County
been
hasn't
any facts about this case other than that,
about the case.
Just timeline.
I needed him to be more specific because he said that Jackson County hasn't released any facts. I thought he was talking about, the racial undertones in their area. So I think he clarified that he's talking about the case. Let's go back a minute so I can understand.
We all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth.
And we do.
And I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith.
Yep.
But I want people to know that I'm praying for them. And if they want to speak hate and speak, these horrible things, and
horrible things.
I mean, you're obviously not in the right state of mind, and you need to work on yourself. It's a horrible thing. And
work on yourself. Yes, you are so right. Work on yourself. And do a little research while you're at it, because this kind of stuff is happening all over this country. It didn't just happen in your neck of the woods. So if you want a real understanding and trust in the Lord at the same time, do a little research. Figure out why people are looking at you sideways. That's my first bit of advice. Okay.
But race was never a thing between Nolan and I and my friends. I mean, I have friends in my friend group that are Mexican and, mixed, black. I mean, it's never mattered.
Sure.
I think it's just.
I'm not racist. I have a black friend. Thank you, the princess. Yeah. Thought you knew. I'm not racist at all. I've got a black friend. He's dead now, but I've got other black friends. They're mixed, but yeah, I've got black friends. I've got Mexican. I mean, it's just wild. They're mixed. I mean, I'm not racist at all. Thank you, critical. Now, you know what? This is it for the day. This is the comment of the day. I'm gonna put a star up there because a lot of them don't realize it. Their God is racism. It's unfortunate, and I'm not saying just them. There's a lot of people that cannot get past the ideology of white supremacy. This is what this country was built on. They didn't come over here and discover land that wasn't on. How do you discover a country that hasn't, that's already inhabited by indigenous people? Let's start right there. We won't talk about how some people, before they were taught by people of color how to survive off the land, they were eating rats to sustain themselves until people of color taught them how to grow things from the ground and, how to survive, how to make coats from the skins of animals and just to survive. And then what do? You turn right around and you make blankets with, what was that? What was it, smallpox in the blankets that they gave to the indigenous? I can't pronounce the word right now. Indian people that killed them. Also, you could take the land for your own. Smallpox. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Maybe he don't know about that stuff. But we're the supreme being because of this. That doesn't make you supreme. And if you dig in your research deep enough, you will understand that the original people on this planet were people of color. Boom.
It's absolutely disgusting that people try to make this narrative
Let him roll
out of something
for a
that it's
minute.
absolutely not, first off, and out of something that they have zero facts about. Jackson County hasn't released any facts. There haven't been any facts about this case other than that, just timelines and, stuff like that. But it's horrible that people have made this out to be something that it's absolutely not. And it's disgusting in my opinion.
Was Nolan the only black person on that island?
Absolutely not. I saw a lot of black people. And like I said, I mean, it's not pointing out or anything. I mean, I wasn't looking at that, but my buddy Trayson was out there and, he's mixed. Javon was out there. He's came out. He's mixed. I know a bunch of my friends that are black that were out there that day that I haven't even mentioned. I mean,
So he makes a distinction.
Nolan was not the only black person out there.
First of all, he needs to understand if you're mixed with black, you're black. Being mixed that's not a separate race. That's one thing that he doesn't understand. That's one thing he will never understand. As a matter of fact, if he does his history, if he checks his, checks out the research of the past, he will find he might have some black blood in his lineage. So mixed doesn't make you mixed. Because if that's the case, there's a whole lot of mix. There's mix here that people don't know they mix. I remember about 30 years ago, I'll never forget it. 30 years ago, there was some kind of a study that came out down in the South. I can't remember the name of it, but they did a study and they started doing DNA tests on the Caucasian people in the South. And when them Caucasian people, and they were very racist people, they made it a point to pick very racist people to do this study. And when they concluded the study and shared with those people that they had black lineage, that they came from black people that had been slaves or children of slaves, some of them people lost their ever-loving mind, almost killed them, eliminated themselves. Let me fix that. Maureen, now that's cute. I like that. I like that. Well, I can't find my cursor. Okay, there we go. He can't help it. See, he hasn't been guided in the right direction. Because, there's this unfortunate narrative that some people run with that feel that they are the supreme race, and they're not. Any whitey person that have that token black friend is racist, and they use that token to say and to make people believe that they're not racist is the oldest play in the book. And you know what? That may be, I can't say that's for sure with every single solitary person. I'm trying to be fair. I'll just try to be fair. Okay? But you're probably right in most cases. Hey, it is what it is. Many people hang around certain people for a reason, whether it's because they're like-minded or they're not, and they can benefit from that other person. Yeah. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Let me start this thing back up. I'm sorry.
By no means. I mean, like, there was thousands of people out there, white, Mexican, black, everyone,
And in the friend group, is Nolan the only black person in the friend group?
Absolutely not. My buddy Trayson's black. I have other friends of color.
Well, you just said he was mixed.
I mean, our friend group is very tight,
So is he black or is he
we
mixed?
have not a small group of guys, but we have we have 10 to 12 guys in my friend group, and
my friend group.
We're all from Ocean Springs, and we grew up together. But Nolan is not the only black guy in my friend group by any means, and everybody knows that.
There's controversy around the CETO, right? You guys called it in.
Right.
They have that record of you guys, making that emergency call.
Right.
But then there's this, I guess, graphic of you guys traveling at a slow speed. Then all of a sudden you accelerate.
Right.
People are saying that that's an indication of something afoot or foul play going on in that timeline. What do you have to say to the naysayers who are mentioning that something must have happened, that you guys were going slow, then you accelerated all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. We got towed probably a quarter mile. Like I said,
Wrong.
my buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours.
Wrong.
After he pulled us out away from.
You lied. Okay. I'm calling flag on the play. Flag on the play, because since this interview, it has been widely known or found out that boat was never towed. Because we heard the recording when it was the tow was canceled. Put a 1 in the chat if you heard that recording. The call that was made to CETO, and the young lady that was trying to get information from whoever the guy was on the other line, whether it was, no, it wasn't even Warren, it was Wyatt. Because it was Wyatt's 2 boats. And they were talking to that lady, the dispatcher, and she was trying to get information from him, and they kept pussyfooting around, and there's all kind of noise going in the background, people yelling back and forth and yada yada yada. Some people thought they heard someone say, "Is he dead?" Someone else said, "Get the fuck off the boat," or some crazy stuff. There was a lot of stuff that has been inferred to have been said that is up for interpretation, but nevertheless, we do know that a phone call or a call was made to Cito, and they said to Cito that they were sinking. SINKING, sinking. Yet you don't have urgency. You guys have no, something happened though. That's my interpretation. Something did happen for them to place that call. There was too much going on. There was something to panic about. She understood the panic in their voice, but it wasn't about the sinking. Because for some reason, Grandpa, I know I'm getting to the other half. Grandpa called the Coast Guard directly. And that's when the dispatcher called the Coast Guard and talked to the Coast Guard dude, who said, I just got off the phone with the grandpa, and the grandpa said they're fine, cancel the call. You'll just stand by in the event that they need you. Yeah. So, needless to say, the last thing I think was said on that call was, I'm canceling the tow. Somebody was able to slow it down and clear it up. Because I've heard a lot of things that might have been said on there and I didn't hear them, so I'm not going to say I heard them say this or I heard them say that. But I'm very interested to hear it, because there was definitely there was something going on. Okay, tell me who played it, and I'll go listen to it when I'm done with this live, because I would love to hear that. Okay. Okay, critical thinking said, I was thinking too, that in order for his body to wash up on the north tip of the island, it's obvious to me he had to be somewhere offshore when whatever happened to him. And I was thinking kind of the same thing, but you know what I was thinking? I was thinking they were away from the island. That's why nobody saw anything happen. Whatever happened to Nolan happened on that boat, and they were able to get Nolan out of eye shot of anyone else until it was dark and they could take that body back. What are the chances? Just asking out of pure curiosity. What are the chances that a body washes up at the very spot that you last saw your friend? Or did you place him there because that's where you last saw him? Because currents don't. Thank you, QT. Please do. Currents don't send you back to where you came from. I know that for a fact. I lost a son in the water, and they did not find him where he went down. And that was a man-made lake. So water does move, but water has a mind of its own. That boy ended up right where he was last seen. Now the water take him anywhere it want to, but the water ain't thinking, but they are. Hello. But these are the things that people with critical thinking, just like critical thinking free agent, you have a critical thinking mindset. You think. Some people don't think we can think because they're so accustomed to people shutting up and being quiet as you're told. Do as you're told. Ain't nothing to see here. Do as you're told. Boy or gal.
from the island, and then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out. I mean, the motor would trim down. So then eventually, and the motor wouldn't trim down. And so eventually, we figured out if you held the manual trim on the motor will stay in the water even when you start to accelerate. Because when my buddy would put the boat in gear and forward, the motor would come right back up. So it trimmed down, but then it'd come right back up when you went to go put it in forward and drive off. So yeah, we stopped at one point. My buddy pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat, the captain of the boat, got in the water, pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat, and hit it. And like I said earlier, we all transferred our weight to the front. So, because there was so much water in the back of the boat that when my buddy had it.
Can you answer the question,
pinned
please?
out
Because you
all the way,
way off
trying to go as fast as we can. And the boat was still sitting like this on the water. Wouldn't even plane out. So we had to move all the way to the front of the boat. Everybody had to get on the bow. And eventually we planed. Everybody got sat back. And when you're on plane and you're going, water starts coming out the boat. Like that's the whole reason he pulled the plug. Because when you come out the water and you're on plane and the boat's level, water starts coming out the boat. So, I mean, that's why we came to a stop so he could jump in the water, pull the plug, and then we hauled in. There was no stopping because if you do stop, the water starts coming back in the boat because the plug's out. So
there's nothing nefarious there. It's just a formality of trying to unplug the boat and
absolutely
has
not.
absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I mean, we were just trying to, solve the boat's issues because we wouldn't have ever gone anywhere if the boat wasn't figured out. So
and Nolan being a really good friend of yours, really good friend of all of you guys. Some of you guys have been accused of killing him. I mean, obviously he was somebody you knew, somebody you spent a lot of time with. With all that has gone on, if Nolan was here, what do you think he would say about all this?
I think Nolan has Nolan's one of the best men I've ever met. I mean, he has an amazing heart. And like I said in the beginning, I mean, Nolan is one of the nicest and sweetest people I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he had no hate in his heart whatsoever. I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be sick to his stomach. I mean, Nolan
I'm sure he would be.
Hated all hate
if you were behind
arguing and drama. He didn't like any of that. So, I mean, I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be very, very upset. I mean, it's horrible. If he knew his friends were getting these threats,
Maureen.
And, we were, felt threatened for our lives. I mean, Nolan would be traumatized if he was here. Like, and if he knew that, like, I mean, he was a person of no violence and, he had a really good heart. He would hate it.
Yep, he would.
You think your friendship with Nolan inspired you to want to speak out?
And the others covered it up.
Of course. I mean, I know Nolan. And like I said, I've been really tight with Nolan since 8th grade.
And he would definitely,
he's
what
a best
else
friend of mine. He's like a brother.
By? Hold on a minute.
Nolan's the type of guy to fight back for what's right.
You know what else he would be horrified by? The fact that side right there are demonizing his parents. That's what he would be sick about. That's what he would rebuke to the pits of hell. You're demonizing people are demonizing his parents, just like this shucking and jiving Uncle Sambo over here. Demonizing this man's parents for wanting answers to the demise of their son. They're the victims. They had no dog in the fight. They were not on that boat. But they loved their son. And they knew the history of the town they lived in. And they acted accordingly as they should, because clearly things have not changed. This shit been going on for centuries. Exactly. Calling that woman a liar. She corrected herself. She misspoke at one point. She's grieving. There's a few days, just a couple of days, and she misspoke that she hadn't spoken to any of the parents. She came back and corrected herself publicly, and he still turned around and called her a liar. So who's capitalizing off of this thing for money? Because that's what they're saying now, that the parents are using the demise of their son to get paid. And I don't know about anybody else, but if that was my child, as a matter of fact, I can say that about mine. If I had a choice between a GoFundMe account that gave me $12 million, I would take my son over anybody's money if I could have my baby boy back. And I'm sure that mother feels the same. That father feels the same. Those brothers feel the same. How dare you get up on a public platform and demonize that family for wanting answers, and the state of Mississippi is dragging their ass and two left nuts. And he's sitting up there condoning it all. Now this boy here, you covering your ass, I understand. I understand that. I don't agree with how you've been a friend, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But I have evidence. This ain't no opinion. This is fact. Officer Coonavision over here, his shucking and jiving ass is sitting up here selling out the black race for $1. But oh, there's gonna come a day, brother. There's gonna come a day when your ass is going to be on the line, and you're going to turn to all those people that you were shucking and jiving for, covering their ass here, there, and everywhere, and you're going to look to them for help, and they going to take their hands and, oh, we ain't got nothing to do with that. You're on your own. Mark my word. Mark my word. Don't play.
And fight for the truth. And I know Nolan would tell me, if he was here, to fight back and make sure the truth is out and make sure your word is out, because that's what matters most.
So after all that's been said in this interview,
be careful.
Do you have any theories about what could have possibly happened to Nolan?
You know, my buddies and I have talked about it. And like I said, I mean, I've been on the water my entire life. My friends have. It's not like we're unexperienced in this, but Nolan was my best friend, and he was my friend's best friends. And well, he was like a brother to me. And more than anything, and the thing that's most important is what happened to him. And I mean, I want to know just as much as anybody else. I mean, that's all. Like, my friends haven't stopped talking about that. Like, what happened, and you know, like, just trying to figure it out. But I would never want to put it on somebody else because of the hate that I've received for just being out there around them, and my name getting brought up because I called the Coast Guard. I was the first one to call the Coast Guard. I mean, I don't know, and I want to know more than anybody. I mean, my friends and I are have been wondering this for a while, and you know, we just want to know as much as anybody else what happened to him. But I would never want to sit here and blame anybody else and put this on anybody else. Because
here's another thing I want to point out, because he just mentioned it. He called the Coast Guard. Yes, he did. That night, he called the Coast Guard. Isn't it ironic that the Coast Guard didn't get up off their ass until the next day? Several hours passed. I just thought I'd point that out. That's when you called the Coast Guard. You called it that night. I believe after he talked to his mother. And he was not the first phone call you made. Truth be told, the first person you called was your stepmama. That's who you called first. Because you needed somebody to tell you what to do to get out of this mess.
Because of the hate and death threats that my family and my friends have received. It's horrible. And I would never want someone else to like experience that, you know?
Yeah, especially if there's no evidence to it.
Exactly.
So I got two more
There's
things I
no
want to
evidence.
address directly.
Mhm.
It's been said out there that you guys immediately delete your social media, lower it up, as if you were in some type of fear that you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lured up, and of course, you know, I deleted my social media. I was getting death threats before anything ever came out.
Wait a minute. You were getting death threats before this became public? Imagine that. We got some mind readers out there that knew all this went down, that they knew Nolan was gone before everybody else did. And that's why they shut down their social media, including his stepmother. I believe that she told them to shut down their social media. Why? Because she shut down her own. Thank you, QT. She shut down her own social media. So tell me what people were giving you death threats before this became public. Because that's when you shut your shit down before it became public. That's why it looked so bad. Put a 1 in the chat if that was your understanding when this came out. When this story initially hit the YouTube streets, the first thing they said was 3 white boys come back, one black one doesn't, and the white boys and the stepmama done shut they shit down. Boom. Instant side-eyeing. That's why people looked at you side-eyed from the giddy up. This was your reaction. You lost your friend and shut down, went to old dark 30. What other kind of conclusion do you think people are going to come to? But see, a judge, she doesn't think along those lines. She's thinking, because she's also an attorney, I can't be concerned about what people think about you. I have to be concerned myself to keep you out of prison. And it's not about what people think, it's what they can prove. That's what her advice was. Because she shut her own stuff down as well. People have long memories, sweetheart. Go back, check your shit.
Because I was the one that called the Coast Guard. I mean, people
Good for you.
put this all on me because I was the one that called. I was the one that was, you know, worried. My friends were just as well. I mean, of course I deleted all my social media. I was getting insane death threats, like stuff I couldn't even believe.
I'm the hero.
2 days after. And, you know, we went straight to the police. I wanted the police to come and ask questions. I wanted them to know and have all of my information.
But my stepmother said, don't call anybody.
People were accusing me of murdering my best friend. It's sick. I mean, like, just because of race. I mean, it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach.
Just because of race. As if that's just some menial thing. Just because of race. Have you ever witnessed someone be lynched, sir? Have you ever been a servant to anybody? Or were you just on the receiving end of being served? The hell would you know about anything along those lines in terms of race, just because of race. It's just because of race that you've been able to walk around with your entitled ass getting on a boat every damn summer. And you got a judge stepmama that's able to help you sweep shit under the rug. Grandpappy got a direct line to the doggone Coast Guard. See, while you on the phone with Cito, Grandpa's on the phone with the Coast Guard. Called him direct line. No, don't worry about them. They'll be all right. They don't need a tow. How did he know that? How did he know that? Did you tell him? I'm sure he's not, psychic. Yeah, he's so honest or the hero. It don't work like that. Thank you, Michelle. Michelle said, please, people who put out death threats would be serving time by now, especially since SM is a judge. That would have been breaking news. And I wonder how many people have accidentally called that tip line and left critical information on that line. Something for them to jump on and divert attention away from. Critical thinking said the same thing I just said. He didn't even go looking for him till the next morning. Some best friend you were to Nolan. He might have been a better friend to you. Entitled ass white boys, and I agree, and emotionless, yes. But see, this one is the arrogant one. He gets on a couch and conducts an interview with a hand-picked coon that his step-mammy picked. We got to fix the PR on this, sweetheart. Let stepmommy take care of it. I know just who to call, and I'll make sure I get a call into the governor too, because he's not really up on this case, but he'll say what I tell him to say. Oh, and let's not forget that sheriff that came out an hour after they found his body. Oh, there was no foul play before an investigation was even started. But you want to talk about some narratives, and I called the Coast Guard first. Hey, Barbara. I called the Coast Guard first. Look at me in my Superman cape. Coast Guard didn't want him to be found either. Why is that? Because they were instructed not to look for him. This shit is a lot bigger than people realize. There's people in high places pulling strings behind this boy's entitled ass. And this ain't the first rodeo. It may be for him, but for them folks down there in Mississippi that for centuries have gotten away with shit like this, man, please. You blow that smoke up somebody else's ass. Ain't nobody selling them wolf tickets or buying them right now.
Obviously, I got off of social media because there were people saying insane things to me and my family, and I just couldn't sit there and look at it.
How are they going to say
that's
things
it.
to you if they
Warren,
don't know
thank you so
about it
much,
yet?
man, for being bold and courageous, for telling your story. The purpose of me doing this and flying down here is because I wanted to know for myself. I always felt that the narrative that was out there wasn't quite complete. Mm-hmm. It seems like there was a rush to judgment. And I know that you could have taken the opportunity to say, you know what, I'm not going to say anything. I'm afraid for my life. And
Shut up.
I'm just not going to put my neck out there. Right. But I applaud you and appreciate you for stepping up, for doing what Nolan would be proud of you doing, and that is putting the word out there and not letting the naysayers run with the narrative.
Of course.
And you being a young guy, I'm much older than you.
Mm-hmm.
I could take the punches.
Right.
You know, I love dishing it out.
Mm-hmm.
But for you as a young man to really put your neck out there, to stand up for your friends and stand up for Nolan is very honorable.
Standing
and I
up for his
appreciate
friends.
you
I ain't heard him say
doing this interview
about
with
his
me.
friends.
Well, I appreciate you. I mean,
He's covering his
you
own
being
ass.
here and flying down has meant a lot. And I mean, I just wanted to get my story out there because I know that's what Nolan would want me to do. And I want the truth to come out. And I pray that the good Lord
Nolan would
reveals
want
the
me
truth
go
to everybody.
out there
So
and demean his
thank you, Brandon.
mother.
Appreciate you, man.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nolan would want me to go out there and demean his mother on your behalf. Isn't that just beautiful? The hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Wow. Wasn't that special? Wasn't that just special? This don't smell like a cover-up. I don't know what does. So, now that we've sat through that, who wants to see his friend Tristan? Tristan, the mixed one. Yeah. His good best friend, bestie, his bestie, that the mother and father didn't even know. He claiming to be the best friend. Yeah. Tristan Shepard. He managed to get an interview out of Tristan. And Tristan has the same little talking points that this dude had. There he goes. That's Tristan right there. Look at that. Look at that. Tristan. Says part 5 coming soon. Well, part 5's coming right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to pull it up. Or I can let this thing go and do it part 2 tomorrow. Let's see. Critical Thinking says, I'm from Mississippi. I know for a fact Ocean Springs, Pass Christian, and Long Beach are tight-knit white community down there on the coast. Absolutely. Barbara said the dispatcher for the boat tow heard something. That's why she asked, is everyone breathing? Yeah, because when she initially asked, you know, do we have any people on the boat? How many people do we have on the boat? Oh, we don't have anyone over the age of 21. That's not what she asked you, fool. No, we don't have any kids on the boat. We don't have anyone over 21. That's not what she asked you. He was being evasive then. And in an earlier interview, he said he was on a different boat than Nolan. But that lie was exposed because you can clearly hear dude on the phone, Warren. No, this is Warren. The other dude starts with a W that owned the boats. He says Warren's name. So if Warren's not on the boat, who is he talking to? Is there another Warren? I'm just saying. Okay, so this is Warren. What's the other cat's name? Starts with a W. I'm having another brain fart, y'all. Warren and the dude with the grandpa. You know who I'm talking about. Did I write it down? I'm trying to keep up with these W's. Wyatt. That's it. Wyatt. Because that was Wyatt that placed that call to dispatch. Excuse me. And while Wyatt was on the phone with that dispatcher, Warren was in the background talking. Yes, Barbara. The captain had already talked to the grandfather before the dispatcher called him. And I'm sure they didn't figure that would even be an issue. I'm sure they didn't think Grandpa was going to call the Coast Guard directly. Oops. Okay. We got some ones in the chat for those that want to see part 5. So let me pull
Feel
part 5
when the media.
Let me go back. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, is this part 5? Yep, this is it. Tristan Shepard. Yes, Barbara. Wyatt kept muting the call, trying to act like it was a bad connection. Yes. Now, can you guys hear? I'm gonna play the first few seconds. Tell me if you can hear this.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Did y'all hear that? Because I'm gonna fast forward this a little bit. Well, no, this is traced and I can't. Let me know if you could hear what I just played. Okay. Well, then here we go. This is Tristan. Tristan is the quote best friend of Nolan, who I believe no, Tristan doesn't have the twin. Javon has the twin. Tristan is the little mixed dude that, you know, Warren was talking about. And yeah. He pretty much sounds a lot like Warren. Same talking points, you know, what Nolan would do and this, that, and the third. So let's just listen to a little bit of Tristan. Oh, and incidentally, Tristan, who was supposedly the best friend of Nolan, Nolan's parents never heard of him. Never. I had a lot of friends coming up, but my best friends, my grandparents knew every one of my best friends, and you don't have many best friends, but you best believe your family knows who your best friends are. They may not know who your associates are, but they definitely know who your best friends are. And your best friends even come over and hang out with you at your house. You don't have to go to their house all the time. I digress.
No.
Do you have personal knowledge of someone directly in your friend group having anything to do with Nolan's death?
No, not at all.
So I saw you on television, you had an interview, and I felt like you laid out a few things that I think the world needs to know and be clear about.
Okay.
And the first one is the relationship that you
Good
had
one,
with
Maureen.
Nolan. Can you explain your relationship with Nolan?
Yeah, I will. So his mom got on TV, as everybody has seen, and said that she didn't know me. And
Arms
man,
crossed.
that can't be farthest from the truth. Me
Really
and Nolan,
opens his
I
mouth
met
as
Nolan
he's speaking.
in 9th grade in a second block class. It was math. He was one of the first guys I made friends with. It was somebody I made a connection to. Like off rip, he was an athlete. I could tell he was an athlete when I walked into class. We sat really close to each other, and all he did, he turned around and asked me for a pencil when I first met him in 9th grade when I moved to Ocean Springs. Man, it was tough, and the relationship there has always been best friend in my eyes. I never wanted to take away how close somebody else was with Nolan, but Nolan was my best friend. That was a guy I knew I could call at any point in time. He called me at 11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, me and Nolan have countless nights of him giving me advice on my girlfriend, on my life in general. Nolan has been the only friend, and I love my friends and my best friend in this group of guys, but Nolan has been the only person that ever tell me like he's proud of what I've done. He's proud of how hard I worked. He's proud of me going overseas to go play ball.
Nolan is the only one that ever expressed to him how proud he was of him and all of his achievements. Nolan is the only one that gave him his props. Okay. So he considered himself, I think he considered Nolan to be his best friend. I don't know if that was reciprocated. I don't know. But I'm curious to know, because Warren said Nolan never hung out at his house. So I wonder where he did hang out. At his house? Did they ever come over together to Warren's house? Because, friend groups kind of travel, they go from house to house to house. They don't go in one spot and stay in one spot for the most part. They go from house to house. Every parent knows the others. I mean, that's the normal situation. Yes, Satin, you are exactly right. Kathy Mitchell said, watch the body language. Yes. Watch the body language. And why they have this young man up here, sitting up here in these dirty ass clothes? And Warren sitting up there like he just got off the set of 90210, nose and all. But he looked like he just got off work and didn't have time to stop at the bathroom and wash his hands. Come on, man. Come on. Stop. Stop the cap.
That was my guy. Like,
Let's
that
feel
was
sorry
my
for
best
the
friend.
dark one.
Yeah, and so how does it make you feel
He's one of the good
when
ones.
the media
He has dirt
activists
on his
are
pants and
coming
his
out
shirt.
and alluding to the fact that you may have something to do with what happened to Nolan on that day?
Man, that hurts. It hurts is an understatement. I beat myself up every night I lay down. Beat myself up anytime it crosses my mind. Because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe.
That's right. This is the one that was in the altercation on the island. He's the one that stepped up and said that wasn't Nolan that got into the altercation. That was me. So that's who this is. Maybe if I had done something different. Maybe if he was hanging with you and not them. Is that why you feel bad? Okay.
Maybe I would have saw something. Maybe I would have told Nolan, hey, man, you're not going with that girl. Just come back with us. We're going back a little bit later.
Why we
We can go meet up with the guys later. Maybe it just plays out different. And then the fact that they're going to play that is I'm already trying to mourn my friend's death as is, and I'm blaming myself for it. To put that in my head is a next level of hurt that can't be truly explained. Because
next level of hurt, you'd have been at the funeral. Maybe you wouldn't feel so guilty if you'd gone to the funeral. I'm just thinking. If my best friend, the one that's more like me than any of the rest of these dudes, best friend, lost his life. I don't care what these boys over here did. I'm going to the funeral. Death threats. I mean, that's a possibility, critical thinking. But what about this cat? What about this one? Critical thinking said maybe they didn't feel comfortable being around black folks, families. That's why they never been to Nolan's house. Warren and all his other white friends, too. Maybe that's why Nolan was always at their house. There has to be a reason they wouldn't feel comfortable, though. What you think? Parents talk at home, you know. Other parents talk at home when other kids are at their house. There's something strange about that. That Nolan never went to their house.
And it's hard to put into words. Generally, it's backstabbing from a sense of a community that I thought I had with my skin color, and they stay so strong together. And I'm supposed to be one of them, but I come up and I speak, and now I'm the person to blame. Now I'm not dark enough for them. I'm not black enough for them.
Oh dear. That's something I didn't hear about. Y'all hear about that? Black folks is attacking him in his community because he ain't black enough. Did y'all hear about that? I didn't hear that. Because clearly he's melanated. And black folks is the most accepting race of people when it comes to people of color. Now, they may tell you about being a coon to somebody. They may put you in your place for that one. But that don't mean they gonna take you away from here. That's interesting. That's a very interesting accusation. I'm curious. We're gonna keep our eye on this one.
And now I'm the issue. It doesn't make sense. In my head, it doesn't make sense.
I don't
Was Nolan? I mean, obviously you were in the
this
friend group, but
equation.
the way the media makes it seem is that
Do you guys get the impression that he's inserting himself into the storyline? That's kind of what I'm getting. Exactly, Kathy. Exactly. Kathy said they wasn't Nolan's best friends. They were his associates. Absolutely. Nolan were more of a friend to them than they were of him. I'm just trying to figure out where he fits into the equation, because he wasn't on the boat. He wasn't hanging out with the rest of them, to my knowledge. But then again, the storyline did change, because remember, it was the four of them, and then suddenly it turned into a big old group of 30. So who the hell knows? The story keeps doing this, that, this, and that. But I'm still I'm getting a feeling that this guy has inserted himself into the storyline very early in the game. Him, and see, who's to say they weren't paid to speak up, as melanated people in the neighborhood. We need a few darkies to come forward and make us look better. So we're going to get this one here. He's a friend. And then we're going to go get that football player guy, the football coach. Yeah, we'll get him too. He's up there talking about there's no racial differences at the high school. In Mississippi, really? Exactly. Critical thinking. I want to be seen while there's a 15-minute of fame window that I'm chasing. Because I believe some of these people get paid for these interviews. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not saying that's the case with this Coonathon here. But he's already been interviewed by ABC. Did ABC pay him? Who knows? I don't know. Tatum got a message from Warren's stepmother on Facebook. That's how this all got set up, sweetie. Yes. Yes. Warren's stepmother, the judge, messaged him on Facebook, messaged Mr. Tatum. She messaged him on Facebook. I saw the message. Messaged him on Facebook saying, I sent you a message in your comments. Please look at it. And shortly thereafter, we have an interview of her stepson and him. And he's down there in Mississippi conducting the interview. Boom. And now we've got, I want to do it too. I want to do it too. I'll say whatever you want me to say. I'll say whatever you want me to say. It'll probably go by better if I say it. They're not going to believe you if you guys say it because you guys are, supposedly the enemy. But I'm a brother. Thank you. You get on television in dirty ass pants. Feel sorry for me. Or maybe they told him to wear that. We need you to look pathetic. We need people to feel sorry for you. And please. Absolutely, Kathy. Nolan had to smoke. That boy had the juice. And the others didn't. They were jealous of Nolan and couldn't stand that he had a promising college professional career as him. And he was about to start that on that Monday. He was about to start that on that Monday. He had business to tend to. And boom. No, you're not going to make it. And then they lawyer up. It looked like a duck. Quack like a duck. It's a damn duck.
Almost as if Nolan was the only black person in this whole friend group. Now they don't even mention you. They don't bring you up in this whole thing when it comes to what happened on at Horn Island. So what's your take on Nolan being presented as like the only black kid in a.
He said they don't even mention you. You know why? Because he didn't have the juice like Nolan. People didn't love him like Nolan. See, he was getting into fights with other dudes over a girl on the island. Nolan wasn't doing that day. Does that answer your question, Officer Blackcoon? Where were you in all this friendship thing? What are they going to gain from? I went on YouTube in dirty pants. What are they going to gain from him?
Group of all these white boys.
That's crazy, man. I know we've spoken a little bit, but that friend group that I'm a part of to this day was the first friend group I was in when I moved to Ocean Springs as a new kid coming in. I never knew any of them. I known one kind of, sort of, back from grade school because we went to the same private school together. But that was it. And him being the only black person, minority, any of that measure is insane. Our friend group is diverse from the max. Like, we have a mixed guy. I mean, we had Nolan in our friend group. There's an Asian a part of our friend group.
There's an Asian. Mm.
Man, there's a Latino that they're trying to perceive as white. He's truly authentic Mexican. His parents are from Mexico. They came over legally and they did everything right. And he's been here since.
There's an Asian.
It blows my mind. Because
one of each of y'all.
Our friend group is not a friend group that sees race. Our friend group sees what good you do for other people, what good you bring, and how the type of person you truly are and where your morals lie. That's one thing in common. Me and my friends might not agree on everything, but our morals align. Our morals, no.
That is a great
So
observation.
for them to even
That is
make
a
that
wonderful
narrative up,
observation. Satin said, I truly believe this interview was conducted in the judge's house. I'll go one step further. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a room upstairs for him to stay in while he's in town. Because they certainly had the means to get over to that island, him and Warren, so he could give him a layout of the land. That's a good observation, sweetie. Let's see what else they got in the crayon box. He's got one of every color in the crayon box. Let's see what else.
really shows you have no idea what it's like down here on the coast. You have no idea how tight-knit Ocean Springs as a community is. You don't understand it. You don't see the thousands of kids in the high school football stands cheering their team on. Nobody cares what color you are. We're there to have fun.
And you know what? That may be true when it comes to sports, but guess what? When you walk off of that field or that basketball court, you're back to reality. Ask any NBA player. Hello. Especially back in the day. Ask any NBA or NFL player that played the game. They love you on the court. As long as you making them baskets and scoring them touchdowns, they love you. Black people are entertainment to many white people. Let's get that out there and clear. We got to get that clear. Because it's just not about racism. I'm not talking about racism. I'm saying how many people perceive black people. Many people perceive black people as a form of entertainment. You're good as long as you keep a smile on our face while you entertain us. Be it acting, be it on the court, in sports, make a good R&B record, you name it. Now they're in the stands cheering on the team because they're cheering on the team. When they look at that team, they see the uniform color. Because they're cheering for a specific team. And each team may have a plethora of different people on that team, but they don't care about that part when they're playing the game. But you take off that uniform, that's when you just become another. And I can say this shit with conviction because I've lived it. Let me go.
And to just live. And that's how Nolan lived. That's how I live now. I've grown up and I have more big boy stuff, but in high school, all I cared about was going to hang out with my guys. And I mean, on a personal level that leads off of it is like, it got me in trouble with my girlfriend just because I wanted to be with the guys. I never once thought, man, they look at me different. Man, I'm kind of an outcast to them. No. All their moms have always welcomed me with open arms. Anytime I needed anything, I knew I could call them and their parents. And they would do anything in the world for me. So with Crump pushing this narrative, it's wrong.
Did Warren come to your house?
Yeah,
It's completely wrong, especially about our friend group.
Yeah, I find it, especially after talking to you, meeting some of the guys, that it seems like there was an agenda. But can you walk us through just your perspective from that day? I don't know if did you go with them initially? Were you a part of the group that went
this gets
to
interesting.
Horn Island?
So I wasn't, no, clear that up. No, I was not on the boat with them. Yes, I was a part of the group that was supposed to go out.
Listen, y'all.
So the only reason why.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Let me back up just a tad bit. You have got to hear this very carefully. Now, the reason I'm saying listen to this. Remember, he said that they would do anything for me. Okay? We didn't see race, and they'd do anything for me. Parents too. Okay? I just backed it up a little bit.
You know, especially after talking to you, meeting some of the guys, that it seems like there was an agenda. But can you walk us through just your perspective from that day? You know, I don't know if did you go with them initially? Were you a part of the group that went to Horn Island?
So I wasn't, clear that up. No, I was not on the boat with them.
I wasn't on the boat with them.
Yes, I was a part of the group that was supposed to go out.
That was supposed to go out.
So the only reason why I did not go on the boat is I was offered, I got begged to go, but my uncle, we also took 12 people out on our boat, not including us two, so 14. And my uncle knows the passengers wouldn't have helped.
Oh. Your uncle begged you to go with him because he knew the other passengers wouldn't have helped. But your boys, you said your boys would do anything. I guess they wouldn't do that for you, though. They wouldn't help you get your uncle straight. So you had to go with your uncle so he would have help, because you couldn't bear to ask your friends to help out your uncle. I just thought that was very, very, you said your boys was down with you. The parents would always, they wouldn't hesitate to help you. But you had to go with your uncle because he knew he couldn't get no help. Okay.
Generally wouldn't have helped with anything. With that many people on a boat, you need a little bit of help. So my uncle was like, hey, can you just ride out with me and you can go do your thing throughout the day on the island? I don't care. I don't need you. I just need help to get out there and then pick everything up. Because I know all these people are going to be drunk and they're not going to want to do the extras that nobody sees about going out on the boat, right? And so I told Wyatt that, and oops, my bad. But I told him.
It's good.
I told him Wyatt's name.
And
okay, so let me stop this right here.
Which was
let me stop
go to
this
plan.
right
We
here.
were leaving a little bit earlier than them.
Notice he said, oops, sorry about that. He said, oops, I'm sorry about that. Why? Because he said Wyatt's name. So they have been instructed to not speak the names of the other white boys. That's why not Nolan. Warren kept referring to the others as his buddy this, or his buddy that. And every now and then he would slip and say a name. But he just said Wyatt's name and then stopped and apologized. Sorry about that. Oh, it's okay. This shit is so scripted, it ain't funny. You got to protect them at all costs, boo-boo. That's your assignment. Man of color, sit on the couch in your dirty clothes and make us look good. Please. Thank you. We'll keep going.
I was going to try to have a spot saved out. And Nolan calls me at 11 o'clock. I missed his phone call. Called me twice. I missed both of them. I saw Wyatt and Nolan on the boat. They pulled right in front of our boat. And they were screaming. I turned my head and I was like, yo, there's a spot over there, where they end up anchoring out. I helped them set their stern anchor. From the time they showed up,
that was
until
nice.
Now,
he's a good friend.
Going back to it, 20 minutes before they left, I was with them. That's who I was with. I spent all day with them, minus the morning time before they got out there. But from the time they got out there to the time they went back in, I was with them. Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to
I do anything.
get a few more details.
I'm sorry about that.
You
I know that. Yeah, go ahead.
now.
I know that you were
Face
all
the
over the
camera.
news because there was a perceived fight. People, this is the thing that gets me, and I want to clarify this. When I saw the video that they put out on the internet claiming that Nolan was saying, "Give me my effing phone back," the coach came out. Nolan's coach came out and said immediately he knew it wasn't Nolan's voice.
Okay, let's
And
stop it again.
obviously, it wasn't Nolan's voice because you were the one.
He said he was the one, but now what he failed to mention, he gonna take the word of a coach. Oh, that wasn't Nolan's voice. The coach, which ain't even the coach, he's the assistant coach. But I digress. Okay, Mr. Assistant Coach comes out there cooning too, for whatever reason, whether it's for a buck or somebody threatened him. He came out there and gave him the same narrative that this fool right here is giving him, and the other one right here is giving him, like totally disregarding that they've got a racial issue in Mississippi. Quit capping, okay? But you're going to get up here and say, the coach said that it wasn't his voice. But the parents who heard the same thing said, that's Nolan's voice. Who you gonna believe? Who you gonna believe? The assistant coach who ain't been around him all his life, or the parents that have? Man, this is some bullshit. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
me yelling. Yeah.
in there yelling. You got into an altercation with somebody. What happened after that? Like, put me in your place where the fight is over. Whatever happened. Nolan is somewhere. You're somewhere. You're hanging out. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan before you left Horn Island?
So, after the fight, I didn't stay on Horror Island much longer. So the objective. So I was really upset. So with you hear me yelling, my uncle had told me to get on the boat and wouldn't let me back off the boat. Obviously, I was really mad and I wanted to fight, wanted to get off. What wasn't smart, man. And so I was on the boat. I'm yelling.
He said that he was with them all day. So when were you no longer with them?
Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to get a few more details.
I'm sorry about that.
I know that. Yeah, go ahead. I know that you were all over the news because there was a perceived fight. People, this is the thing that gets me, and I want to clarify this. When I saw the video that they put out on the internet claiming that Nolan was saying, "Give me my effing phone back," the coach came out. Nolan's coach came out and said immediately he knew it wasn't Nolan's voice. And obviously, it wasn't Nolan's voice because you were the one that was
me yelling. Yeah.
in there yelling.
Oh, because he said it was him. That's why it wasn't Nolan. Because whether he's copping to it because he chooses to, or whether y'all done told him he better, he's given the story that you want to hear. Based on what he's saying, that was me. But the mother and father heard that very voice. Give me my fucking phone. They heard that voice and immediately said, that's my son. I'm going to take their word before I take his any day. I'm going to take their word over that jackleg football coach assistant coach. Where is the main coach at? Why are they talking to the assistant coach? I want to answer that question or find out what the demographic of that coach is. Huh. Okay, let's go. This just gave me some homework.
You got into an altercation with somebody. What happened after that? Like, put me in your place where
What
the fight is over. Whatever happened. Nolan is somewhere. You're somewhere. You're hanging out. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan before you left Horn Island?
So, after the fight, I didn't stay on Horror Island much longer. So the objective, I was really upset. So with you hear me yelling, my uncle had told me to get on the boat and wouldn't let me back off the boat. Obviously, I was really mad and I wanted to fight, wanted to get up. What wasn't smart, man. And so I was on the boat, I'm yelling, and shortly after that, I left the island. I left probably 30 to 45 minutes after I got into a fight. We started to pack up and left because I was so upset. As Javon mentions, that they were ready to get me back to land because I wasn't really mad. I was genuinely really mad. But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him, us joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. Last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later. And I'm glad I said it.
Oh, I love it.
I had been
under the influence
a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time.
Nicole says, good evening. Just wondering after watching this, why this boy didn't mention who he fought. And in Warren's video, Warren said his brother also got into a fight, and Warren helped break that up. That's a good question, because I asked that question yesterday, I think it was, with Warren. I'm like, who'd your brother fight? What is their names? I mean, you telling everything else. Who was it? And now he says he wanted to fight somebody. The head coach is white. Imagine that. Imagine that. But they went to the black dude, the assistant coach. We need you to get up there and make it look good, boy.
You know, getting all lovey-dovey, but I'm at peace. I said it. I'm glad I said it. That was my last encounter.
What are you apologizing for saying I love you?
Telling him I love him.
Did you have any, so you leave the island, did you have any encounters or association with these phones, with the keys? Did you have any connection to any of that?
I did not. So what I know, Warren started, I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20.
9:20.
I didn't answer it. I was asleep.
So Warren called him at 9:20. I wonder what he could. Let's find out what the call was about, shall we?
I'd been on the boat all day. I didn't feel like going to party anymore. I went to bed. So I got my first phone call about 9:20, and I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was to my brother coming in the room being like, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. You need to answer the phone. They're looking for Nolan.
Oh. So Warren called you at 9:20 looking for Nolan, But he didn't reach out to Nolan's mother until 11:07. Don't you find that odd? Yo, man, answer. Tell your boy to answer the phone. I'm trying to reach him. Been trying to reach him since 9:20. He finally gets him a little after 11 or at 11. Looking for Nolan? But you were looking for Warren's looking for Nolan 2 hours ahead of what we thought by him placing a call to Christina, Nolan's mom, at 11:07. Cuz he just said Nolan called him. Warren called him at 9:20. What did Warren know or suspect? Because they left the island at 4:30. 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30. 9 would be 4.5 hours. 4 hours, 40 minutes. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. Something happened out on that boat. And mom is not called until 11:07 talking about, have you seen Nolan? We can't find him. The fuck out of here. Can we say alibi, boys and girls?
And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere.
You can't get a hold of him because you have his phone. You can't get a hold of him because you have his phone. And you know you have his phone because you've already... Actually, did he call him or the mom? He called them both about the same time. You had his phone. Of course you didn't hear from him. It's getting pretty interesting here.
With that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan.
And you know, they love putting the girl in there as part of the illusion. A girl he just met that day. I'm going to hang out on this dreadful island that has no electricity. Maybe I'll score. Maybe I'll get some sand in my drawers or something. Are you kidding me? And you got some stuff to do on Monday. I'm going to stay behind and have nothing to eat, nothing to drink, nothing to do, nobody to talk to except maybe Katie, who actually went home. Yeah. Okay.
It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like, but we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard. I was like, okay. And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom.
Okay, so he's already talked to Nolan's mom. We've established it. He talked to Nolan's mom at 11:07, so he talked to this dude after that call. All right. We're getting somewhere. We get a timeline between when you got called and when she got called, and why she can't find her son because you have his phone. And Neglected to tell her you had it too. But you claim you got all kind of phones that you took and put in the truck after you took them off the doggone boat. Did you bother to take any of the phones out of the truck? You waited until they came to get the phone to go get it out of the truck. I'm thinking Cap. Okay.
Getting on the phone with the Coast Guard, and I'd called. I need to be specific about this.
Please
I did
do.
not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone.
He made it a point to let us know that he did not call Warren's phone. Or Nolan's phone. Did he say Nolan? Let me make sure I heard that right. Okay, and at that time he had already
talked to his mom, Nolan's mom, and
his mom.
he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard, and I'd called. I need to be specific about this.
I need to be specific.
I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone.
So he did not call Warren's phone, because why would you? You're on the phone with him right now. Yeah, so then you call another buddy's phone, and it was on speakerphone. And the relevance of this is what?
We're all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is them, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, well, when I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go on the boat
over the place
and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was
what day are we talking?
They took it out.
So that's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 5th. The 5th?
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island and the water under control. That's the professionals, man.
Yeah.
They told us to get on social media and find out any information we can. And by that time, we had already talked to a good amount of people out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and we concluded our search and started the search off social.
So he's saying that they went out there the next morning? Is that what he's saying? Okay, let's back up a little bit because I want to make sure I'm understanding this. Because you were all over the dog. You went to South Carolina, North Carolina, back up to Mississippi, went around the block, down to Florida.
You need to answer the phone. They're looking for Nolan. And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like,
they make it a point to say, oh, he must be out with that girl. Out where? We can't find Nolan. He must be out with that girl. Out where? Clearly, it was enough for you to be concerned because you called his mother.
But we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard. I was like,
what'd he say? Starting to freak out. That's interesting.
Another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is them, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided.
Okay,
Well,
so
when I woke
Nolan
up about
called the
7
Coast
o'clock that
Guard.
morning,
Nolan called the Coast Guard while he was on the phone with him from another dude's phone that night. The next morning, okay, they go out looking for him. So when we all decided, well, when I woke up about 7 that morning, we
had all decided that we were going
had
to go out
all
on the boat
decided that we were going
and
to
go
go
look for
out in
Nolan.
the boat.
Wyatt had
and
already
look
had
for
his
Nolan.
boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was a
What
group
day are
of
we
us.
talking?
So that's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning
So
on the
it's 5th.
The 5th?
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July. The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island in the water under control. That's the professional.
They ran them off. The
They told us to get on social
professionals
media
ran them
and find
off.
out any information we can. And by that time, we had already
Get your
talked to a good amount
ass
of
out of
people
here. You ain't helping none.
out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and we concluded our search and started to search off socials and started sharing everything we could and try to get a hold of anybody that could have talked to Nolan, that Nolan possibly would have reached out to.
Okay, so
And
whose
that
socials
led
did you get
in-
on if the boys had already shut their shit down? Whose socials did you get on? Just yours? Exactly, critical. Ooh, wee. Don't you hate it? I mean, don't you love it when a lie just blows up? When did they get on social media looking, sharing if they shut down their social media? Unless they used him to do it. His social media may not have been shut down because he wasn't on the boat. He wasn't present when something happened. See, this dude, he's here for the ride. That's only my opinion. I think this dude is just here for the ride. You know, all this attention coming into Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Yep. Because that's what they do. They used him. And he's being used in this interview as well. You tell us what you say what we tell you to say, boy.
into the night. It led all night long. I didn't sleep at all Sunday. Monday, I was up at 5 a.m. I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that we were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift, and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. So it was already a plan.
You were going to take the boat out there after they told you the day before to get out of there.
And that's all I wanted to do. Is I wasn't there to help him out in his last minutes, but now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to the family, and I have giving them just your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
can somebody answer a question for me? What are death gifts? I'm not aware of what a death gift is. Can somebody enlighten me? Anybody in the chat got any clue? I mean, I've gotten condolence cards, Death gifts? Maybe somebody bring a plate by the house. I wonder what a death gift is. That's a new one. These youngins, I tell you, they come up with all kind of ideas. Death gifts. I've donated, I brought them a death gift. Okay.
Do you think Benjamin Crump
Here we go.
being involved in this case made it better
Now
or
we're going
worse?
to drag Crump
It's
and
100,000
Sharpton.
times % worse. Because
I'll be right back.
why
Well,
on
listen,
the
guys,
Tuesday
listen. I'll be right
after
back.
where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you got death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, okay. I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the black community. I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story.
I'm a victim.
The only people that showed up for me in my whole life.
See, they trying to push this. I'm a victim. Yeah. No, he's not. He's biracial. He's mixed. So I guess, the black community just coming down on his ass big, hard, come on now. We don't work like that. Let's get real with it now. Let's get real with it. Now they calling you what? Black white boy? What? That's bullshit. You know that. And what black people? Ain't but a handful of you on the island, ain't there? Who knows? At this point, they just pushing the narrative of poor me. I had to go into some kind of hiding, or I'm a victim of some kind. What the hell is anybody coming after you for, sir? You wasn't on the boat or nothing. You've injected yourself into this situation. I was his best friend. Exactly. That is a derogatory word, a racial slur for Mexicans. And this guy's getting up here saying that people are starting to call him names and stuff like that. Where? Okay. Nicolette or Nicole? I don't want to mispronounce your name. So I went back to Warren's statement when he. Okay, I think you want to finish that sentence. This is so interesting. Why is people coming after you? I'm just curious. Why would people be coming after you specifically? Why? Because you're standing up for the other, the other side, so to speak? People just want to know what the hell and who the hell happened to Nolan. And now that seems to be a problem. Exactly. Eula Diamond, you said it on the boy. You hit the nail on the head. We didn't know who the hell you were until your phone interview. Huh. I want to interview too. Why do they get all the breaks? This ain't no competition. If you were smart, you'd steer clear. Now you gonna be the only one hanging with them. Ooh wee, ooh wee. Okay, let me get back to this.
Life has been my white side of my family.
Hmm.
So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together,
That's
and
just
it's really
rich.
eye-opening.
That's
Did it shock
rich.
you that it
I
turned this
want to
way?
hear him say
Meaning
what
that
he said about his white side of the family, because I got something to say about that. Considering I'm just as biracial as he is, so let me see what he had to say about the white people in the family. Let's see, young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men. Okay, let me go back just a little bit more. Might have went too
Push it and push it. Just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making
Oh,
it
he's
sound
talking
all
about
bad,
Sharpton
all bad.
and
Because
Crumb,
nothing's like that
the ones fighting
at
for the
all.
parents.
No,
have you gotten death threats,
I have.
or because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats
Really?
per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the black community.
Mm.
You've
I've been
been
called
cast
white.
out of the black community. Isn't that rich? You've been cast out of the black community. Why would they cast you out of the black community? Unless they suspected of you doing something to Nolan. And black people, ironically, do not cast people out of anything. Let me be the first to say that. As a matter of fact, if anything, it is white people, in my experience, that cast their own people out. How dare you have a baby with that black man? Get out of here. How dare you have a baby with that black man? Get that thing out of here. Now that's experience. Exactly. A community you were never a part of. You was kicking it with the brothers and they kicked you out. You were kicked out of the community that you were never a part of. Huh. That's rich. That's rich. Because historically, black people have taken in the other side, whether they wanted to or not. It's in their blood. Their outreach is part of their nature. That's why they're such great nurturers. Many black women have breastfed little white babies. But the black folks kicked you out. Okay. Or did you walk away before they kicked you out? Ooh. Nicole says Warren said that it became to be 1 p.m. on July 5th when he started to feel like, well, if Nolan hasn't woken up, then where is he? Then he got a call from Trayston, but Trayston has different timeline. That's where it gets. That's where it's going to become a problem because the timelines are not timing. They're not lining. They're not lining up. Absolutely critical. See, what he fails to realize because he's not been exposed to black people on a regular basis other than Nolan. And to be truthful about it, Nolan wasn't exposed to black people on that level either. Okay? That is why he was so trusting and willful to be the only black dude in the bunch. Okay? If you don't know the history, you'll fall for anything. And it has been my experience that is so true, that white people have kicked interracial children to the curb on many, many, many occasions. Now, you don't see it happen as much now because it's more than just a racial thing. It's an economical issue as well. Okay? But in this particular case, we're talking about an affluent area, predominantly Caucasian. So I'm curious to know what black people in that community kicked you out. I'm just curious. I only know of 2, and one of them is dead. Well, then there's you, because you're biracial. So who else? Who else kicked you out? Nolan's dad? No, he didn't. So who else in the community kicked you out? Kicked you to the curb? Who else? I want names. Where they at? Because I ain't heard them talking. Oh, did the coach kick you out? No. Wasn't the coach. Hey, Stop the Spy. Thank you for the 700 jewels. Bless your heart. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm just curious. How many? Did they call you? Did they send you a text message? It was an email. You are banished from the club. I'm finding that very hard to believe. Because that's not the nature of the black community. Let me continue.
I've been called a wetback.
A wetback.
All these things.
Who would call him a wetback? Someone not knowledgeable of racial demographics, or just because you have a certain color skin doesn't mean that you are a certain ethnic group, I want to say, or group, like Mexican or Asian or Haitian or Somalian or Black American. There's so many different shades of color, but why would someone call you a wetback? Who would be that ignorant to just lump you into one big, fictitious to you situation that you're not? You're not Mexican. And I'm not saying anything derogatory about Mexicans. We're just saying, who says that word? Who says that terminology? Think about it. Some of the names that have been given people of color, the N word was bestowed by who? Chinks was bestowed by who? Who made up that word to call those people that word? Who made up the term wetback? Who made that up? It wasn't Mexican people. I'm just curious who's calling you that. Absolutely. Stop the spy. But I mean, put your head in a space where who would say who would say that name, that particular word, that particular reference. And what are they, Nicole? Thank you. Thank you. And that is the truth. My goodness. So that's the ones that pretty much are calling you some of the derogatory things that you're saying or speaking about. Right, they're referring to one, but I'm saying he's saying that they're calling him one. So, is he saying that he's being called that by other Mexicans? Or is it white people that are calling him that because they don't know no damn better? They don't know the difference for shit. See, they came up with these derogatory names to call people. They came up with the N-word. Except they put that hard ER on it. Okay, let me get back to this.
I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah, blah, blah.
Huh?
And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family.
Get the fuck out of here. Lord have
So for
mercy.
y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down.
Only ones that have showed up in my life is my white side of the family. Well, can you kindly call the white side of my family and tell them where I am? Because them motherfuckers ain't been around since day one. Do that for me, Trayston, since you got all these connections. Only way I can see that is happening is if your mother removed herself. Absolutely critical thinking. Exactly. If you remove yourself from the other half, no, they won't be around. Of course they're going to help you. They took on the responsibility. They moved you away from them, the other people. But let's talk about the ones that willfully walk away. Like my mother. She made a choice. I'd live much better if I just leave her with them. Yeah. Okay. Put in a good word for me, Trayson, and tell that bitch to kiss my entire ass. She did me a favor. How about
And
that?
I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together. And it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. thinking about it and being honest, like that's not a surprise.
Why isn't he investigating Mr. Officer Tatum, ex-officer? Why aren't you using your expertise to get down to the bottom of things? Because this seems to be a very passionate subject for you. So why don't you take your expertise and put it to good use beside putting down black people? I mean, going out of your damn way to put down black people. Take your rabbit ass out there and do something positive for your people, sir, that you seem to forget you are yourself. I don't know who dropped you on your head at birth, but you are fucked up in the head. Yes, he is. Very defensive. My God.
Surprise, because everybody didn't love Nolan, especially around here. Everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no, that was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock.
Why
That's
is it?
that's
You
an
don't
utter
live in their
shock because it's
skin.
like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed.
What damn difference does it black? He was black. Fully or halfly or three-quarterly, he was black. Just like you. You gonna get your wake-up call one day. I just hope you live to tell about it. Lord have mercy. It's true that some young folks think that they know so damn much, don't know a dadgum thing. I'm just saying that there's things that they said, and he's not even black. He's not even fully black. They spoke from their own experience. They acted according to their own experience. They made moves based on the moves that were made against them, brother. Lord, have mercy. Help this child. Help this child. Give him some money and let him go on about his business.
Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him. You don't hear that, though.
Filipino.
You don't. So to
She was
turn it as
Filipino and
like
black.
somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's crazy that people are just running with a lie.
Oh,
And
a
it's so
lie.
easy for people to
So
believe
your
it
history
from the
books are
outside,
lying
looking
too?
into Mississippi's history, per se.
It's a lie.
But it's like, you're looking at
It's a lie, y'all. Yes, they are. Yes, they are being boycotted. And the purpose of that's another story. That's another live. But the reason behind it, you've prospered off the black dollar for so long and you still haven't learned how to treat us. Boom. Please, somebody educate this young man. He's only 18 years old. He really don't know no better.
that history.
He really don't
Let's go
know
to
no
each
better.
state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like,
Nobody
people
said they
change.
are.
You learn
But
history
Mississippi,
so you don't repeat it. Everybody knows that.
What's the
you
craziest
learn
lie?
from history so you don't repeat it. You learn from history so you don't repeat it. Some people learn from history so they can refine it.
That you've seen floating around there about this situation? I know there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you? What's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the utmost craziest, because it's like,
Yeah, that
what?
was kind of
Like,
weird too.
where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
I mean, also the lies of just how racist Mississippi is, or how racist the coast is, and Ocean Springs, and
Okay,
yeah,
Satin,
no,
hold on just a second.
you
Where
don't
do I need
know
to
this,
back up
man.
to?
Like, you have no idea.
Satin said, Auntie, back it up. Did I hear him say stepfather? I didn't hear that. Let me see which part you're talking about. I'll go back just a little bit. I don't want to.
Like, what to you? What's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
Was it
That
before this?
my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the utmost craziest, because it's like, what? Like,
Is it before that, Satin? I'll go back one more time because I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'll go back to here. You learn history so you don't repeat it. My
everybody
goodness.
knows that.
What's
Everybody
the
knows
craziest
that.
lie that you've seen floating around there about this situation?
It sounds good,
I
don't
know
it?
there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you? What's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been
that was weird.
the utmost craziest,
That was
because it's like,
unnecessary.
what? Like, where'd you get that from?
Yeah.
I heard
mean,
that
also the
too.
lies
I'm
of
like,
just
get out of here.
how racist Mississippi is, or how racist the coast is, and Ocean Springs, and yeah, no, you don't know this, man. Like, you have no idea. And what I thought was crazy, a lie from the beginning, was he's the only black person on the boat. He's the only black person on the island. No, not at all. Like, not once. Like, where'd you get this background information from?
How many people are on that island from your vantage point?
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Thousands? 13.
Clearly he doesn't understand what they're referring to with regard to the ratio. Okay. You're talking about the ratio, and you're speaking about a demographic of people in a community, and when you've got the majority of that community as one particular demographic, and then you've got several other ones that make up smaller percentages. Nobody's saying Nolan's the only black dude on the doggone in the black community of their community. Nobody said that. Nobody said that at all. Nobody said that at all. But they want to scream about people making up shit. This ain't about making up shit. This is about true experiences. People have experienced some things, and they're still experiencing things, and a lot of people don't want to face it, that it still exists. And what's really sad is when that very racist mentality, that white supremacist mentality, is displayed by someone who is that demographic of that person is usually the victim of those white supremacists. And then you get this coon over here, this dude from Django. Oh, massa, is we okay? Oh, massa, we sick? Oh, Lord have mercy, Jesus, they just they gonna kill my massa. Get the hell out of here. Cooner Vision.
Miles, like,
Stop.
I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of boats. that are carrying minimum 4 to 8, 9 people. Like I'm talking like on the lower end, and we're
No,
talking about
I've never
smaller
heard of that,
vessels here.
sweetheart.
Man, if I had to take a rough estimate in my area of the island that I was in,
What?
400, 500
Von
people easy.
Hartman?
If I'm taking
I'm gonna have to look that
an
up.
actual
too.
estimate, about
I'll
400 to
definitely look
500
into
people
that
easy.
because this is
In
getting
our
ridiculous.
group, in the group of, I would say, young adults that were in the group of Nolan Wells,
They're not investigating.
150, 200 people.
So the idea
Oh,
that
there's nothing to see here.
Nolan went out with
There's nothing to see here.
4 white boys and they took him to a deserted island and he was allegedly last seen with a girl and they just abandoned him. What do you say to that?
That's no. From the time they left, including myself, and also when I left the island,
Is that
I
what
could have
he asked
named
him?
50 people I really trust behind the helm of a boat that Nolan knew, that he knew, that he could go talk to. Even if he was left, there was tons and tons of people out there.
But that's not what
There
happened.
was 10 boats that camped out at Horn Island. I know a boat that didn't leave Horn Island until 8 o'clock that night.
That would, and you know what? You're absolutely right.
Nobody
If he
would
was
have
on
ever
that
seen,
island, that would have been the
nobody-
case.
Take that back. Nobody would have ever left somebody on Horn Island.
I'll check
That's a
it out.
place of everybody
Spy. I sure
loves to
will.
loves to go and hang out. That's their peace. Nobody wants to see anybody out there, especially in the boating community. And I can speak on that. Like,
He's want
genuinely, I
wine
grew
too
up in
much
it.
for me. Let me
That's
go
what
forward.
it was telling me. I remember
I
at one
can't.
point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle's yelling at me to get in the boat. I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got in the boat. I'm sorry.
Your uncle said, "Boy, if you don't get in this
And I
boat,
listened to
something
my
gonna
uncle.
happen to you."
And what was
That was-
Warren's brother involvement in this?
And so I was getting there. So when I'm on the boat and they're trying to cool me down, I'm trying to get back off the boat. So
I'm gonna back this up.
I
I'm gonna
see
back
the
this up.
crowd.
This is
She
important.
was really upset with me and mad about it.
What do you say to that?
Okay.
That's no. From the time they left, including myself, and also when I left the island, I could have named 50 people I really trust behind the helm of a boat that Nolan knew,
Okay.
that he knew, that he could go talk to. Even if he was left, there was tons and tons of people out there.
You're making the point.
There was 10 boats that camped out at
You're
Horn
proving the
Island. I know a
point
boat
that
that didn't leave
everybody's
Horn Island
making.
until 8 o'clock that night. Nobody would have ever seen. Take that back. Nobody would have ever left somebody on Horn Island. That's a place of everybody
Well,
loves to go.
then tell your boys
Loves to
stop
go and
lying.
hang out. That's their peace. Nobody wants to see anybody out there, especially in the boating community. And I can speak on that. Like, generally, I grew up in
Boating community is some
that's
special
absurd.
community that
It's
protects
absurd.
racial
So
issues.
can you help me understand
Thank
the
you
fight a
too.
little better?
Thank you,
Because I
Spy,
interviewed Warren,
for the
who's
200
your friend,
jewels.
and he had made mention that his brother was involved in the fight. So can you explain who actually started fighting, and were you fighting his brother or were you fighting somebody else? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, and I can see now, especially, it's all been blown out of proportion. But so originally, I'll go back a couple steps. Original, me and my girlfriend, I wouldn't even call it an argument. She was upset that I lost the lid to her koozie. I dropped it in the water. Generally speaking, that's how it started. And I dropped her new koozie in the water. And so she started to let me hear it and basically told me I was
Exactly,
paying for it.
Nicolette.
And she was really upset with me and
What does this have
mad
to do with
about it.
Nolan?
And I needed to kind of sober up a little bit. And so we're walking back. And during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight. He had butted himself into my conversation and basically was telling me
I was gonna say
how I
something,
needed
but I'm
to
gonna leave it
handle
alone.
or address the situation with my girlfriend. And Man, we weren't even yelling at each other. We weren't arguing. It was more along the lines of, I literally told her, I was like, man, I just want a beer. And she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she had ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up, and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend.
Imagine
And
that.
I looked at him and I told him, I was like, this has nothing to do with you. We're good.
Imagine
This
that.
has nothing to do with you. And he sat there and he was like, well, I'm going to tell you, I better not hear it again. And I looked at him and I was like, you need to excuse yourself from the situation.
You need
And after
to
I
back up
came
out of
out, he
my
he threw the
business.
first punch. And we went back and forth. I remember at one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle's yelling at me to get in the boat. I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got in the boat. I'm sorry.
What did that tell you,
And
fool?
I listened to my uncle.
And what was
That was-
Warren's brother involvement in this?
What did that tell this fool? Thank you, Satin, for the 600 jewels, sweetheart. What did that little exchange tell him? A dude comes and butts himself into your personal conversation between you and your girlfriend and tells you how you should be conducting yourself in this back and forth that he's having with this girl, which doesn't sound like it's all that big of a deal, but he feels emboldened to stick his nose into something that don't belong to him. So it starts getting funky, and Uncle tells him, get in the boat. Get in the boat. What is Uncle telling you right now? Get your ass over here before we end up not leaving this island. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. What does this have to do with your phone? Here's the lies. Listen to how he doesn't mention him saying, give me back my phone. So what did that exchange between you and that other guy? I have no idea what the demographic is of that other guy. But judging from what y'all have said in terms of the ratio between Caucasians and blacks, there wasn't but a handful of you, if that. So was it another brother that came up to you and said those things? Or not? Bingo, Barbara. That's the point that I'm trying to get to. People are using this as an opportunity to get paid. Some are paying people because they want a certain agenda to be pushed to protect their loved ones, such as the one with the judge mama, who has a high reach to high places. But see, she's been so sloppy, she might have just messed herself up. Because don't think, they may pull for you, but if you do stupid shit, they will walk away from you too. Like that governor. Know what I'm saying? But my question is, why did you suddenly stop when your uncle said, get your ass in this doggone boat right now? You knew what time it was. Thank you, Nicolette, for the 2 jewels. Bless your heart. So, he ain't as dumb as he's portraying himself to be. Somebody done schooled him. That uncle done schooled him. Because you notice he said, when my uncle said that, I stopped. And he immediately came back. Stop the spy said, next he will be the Clarence Thomas. But exactly. Let's see what else. Let's see if he'll tell some more on himself. Because what they fail to realize is the more they talk, the more they tell on themselves.
And so I was getting there. So when I'm on the boat and they're trying to cool me down, I'm trying to get back off the boat. So I see the crowd forming up on the island. Well, my little brother and Carter are like really good friends, like best friends, I would say. He's over at our house all the time. Carter heard him still talking crap as he's getting out of the water, and I'm on the boat, and the situation is like done and over with, right? Well, he sees him talking crap, so Carter gets up, and more along the lines of defending me. And for what? He was like, well, if you got a problem with Tristan, we can handle it right here.
So what's the racial breakup of these people that are involved? So the guy that you fought was
white. I'm
Imagine
the only
that.
black guy involved in this whole entire thing.
Yeah.
What did I say?
And
What did I
at
tell
all,
you?
like, I mean, I don't know. Carter is white. The dude I got in a fight with is white.
Mm-hmm.
I was the only black guy involved with this. My girlfriend's white. My uncle's white.
Oh boy.
There was no other black guy involved. And I know Ben Crump tried to run with a story saying I was Nolan. Well, I was like, nice try, but there was another black guy on the island, so now your whole narrative needs to change again.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but that was Carter's involvement, and that was kind of it. Like, after the fight, man, I remember getting off the boat. I got off the boat, and I walked up to the island, and I was telling people, I was like, hey, like, I just need to cool off. Like, let me be. This is after everything is dispersed. There was no crowd anymore when I walked off the boat. And I was like, I'm letting it be. Well, again, my uncle yelled at me, and I was like, I don't care what you're doing. Get back on the boat. We're leaving. So.
And I bet he did, didn't he? I bet he did. Wow. He just kind of explained how it really goes down. And I don't think he intended for it to be received the way it came out. You follow what I'm saying? I believe what he just said. I believe it went down like that. At least he was honest. They was white. They was white. They was white. My girlfriend's white. My uncle's white. I was the only one that wasn't. Uncle said, get on the boat now. Unc knew what was up. Interesting. Very interesting.
She's done well, and that's the truth. Her story is nothing but the truth.
Now, ABC, on the other hand, did they treat you fairly, or how did they go?
So, I don't want to say they treated me unfairly. The quotes that he used in the article, he did ask me for my permission on it, and I gave it to him to an extent. I changed up some stuff, and that he initially didn't change when he came out with it. And then the voice recording, that's really what gets me, because that's what the main people are listening to, right? They're not going in and reading in depth in the article and really seeing everything. They're just going off of, well, what's on TV, because people don't like to read these days. But how they made that and cut a lot of my voice sounded horrible. Sounded bad. I didn't like it. I didn't like that side of it, but it already aired.
Okay,
so what was I going to do?
What does that have to do
Really?
with
And at one point,
the
I
way
could
your
have sworn
sounded?
you said that you didn't feel comfortable doing the interview on camera.
Yes.
And did you do that because you didn't want to be visibly promoted on television, or what? How did that?
So the side of that, and I didn't want to be on camera for two main reasons.
Okay,
I never
hold
wanted to do
on.
an interview and get famous. I never wanted any attention, per se, famous attention.
Okay. I'm gonna call cap on this. You've done an interview with ABC. You're up here with Captain Coonavision, and he's done another interview. I can't recall with who, but you don't want to be seen. You don't want to be famous. Yeah. But you're going to ride with this narrative. Why? What you getting out of it? You said you don't want to be famous. Why you up here? You don't want no attention. Why you up here? Somebody paying you? Who knows? Nobody gets up there and gets interviewed on a touchy subject such as this. This is a gut-wrenching subject. Your best friend, so you say, is now gone from this earth and you'll never see him again. And you're very comfortable getting up in front of a camera to discuss it with someone. All on the camera. Yeah, Warren lawyered up to not talk, but goes on interviews with Mr. Sambo to talk. And his stepmother set that up. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't want to be famous. Nope. I don't want people to know who I am. Rolling Stone, thank you. I knew I was leaving one out. You know Rolling Stone had to pay him. You get an interview with Rolling Stone. Yeah. And they went to him because he wasn't lawyered up. Interesting. Yes, yes, I did. And I played it. I'll play it again after this is over. We gonna finish this up. I'm gonna speed this up a little bit, or at least, just jump forward some, because he ain't saying nothing now. He's saying a bunch of words.
Different narrative to where it's like now people are coming out and lying.
And
it's
now
like,
they're criticizing the people that don't agree with what they're saying.
I remember I was like, I could have sworn he said he didn't want to be on camera, and they put your picture all over the news. I mean, how did you feel about that? Was that something that you were okay with them doing that, or
he's making sure he's pointing out everything this dude don't want?
I accepted it because I gave Rolling Stone permission to do it. So I know that's where they probably got that original photo of me and him standing next to each other.
But still, that's kind of weird that you tell them, oh, I don't want to, even if you gave you the permission with Rolling Stones, you go, I don't want to be on camera. And they put your picture up there on camera anyway.
They don't want people to know,
I agree.
know what happened.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's odd, but
move themselves from the scene of the crime.
Generally speaking, man, like I'm
worried the crime was not
about
on
my
that island.
Safety, but I have no regrets in what I've done and what I've said. Not one. I sleep better at night now that I've spoken up, and I felt like I've done my part of the good.
He sleeps
better, and I'm willing
to
help any other time if anything else pops up that I can't help with. And I genuinely just want the truth to be heard about it all, and it kills me.
I don't want to be
famous
famous though.
That my best friends are going through this.
My best friends.
This isn't something I'm just watching through a screen, listening to you talk about it, or listening to somebody else talk about it. I'm living this. I'm getting the calls from my buddies crying, asking me how I'm not scared out of my mind. How am I okay dealing with
because
all
this? He wasn't there when y'all offed him.
There was a big contradiction on television. Was you said in your interview that you were really, really good friends with Nolan, his best friend. Nolan's mother said on television that as if she don't even know you and she don't know who you are, and you're definitely not. At least is what she alluded to. You're definitely not his best friend.
Imagine that.
So what's the truth in that? And how did that affect you? How did that make you feel?
So she originally touched and she said that we weren't childhood best friends. And she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I moved to Ocean Springs in 9th grade. I met Nolan in 9th grade, as I've stated in my Rolling Stone interview. Nolan was my best friend though. She can believe it or not, that was my best friend. No, me and her never had a sit down in-depth conversation like me and you're having now. It was always, hey, how are you doing? I've been to her house multiple times. I've taken Nolan to school multiple
Exactly, Big
times.
Mama.
I've left my vehicle at her house multiple times, even including the new vehicle I just got has gotten left at her house for 2 days.
I think
And I
so
just got
too.
it. I
I
haven't even had
love
it
her.
for 4 months. My vehicle before that stayed at her house for almost a week. Me and her son went on trips together. We went to Florida for spring break together. You don't know me? I'm in all these homecoming and prom photos as our whole friend group. Me and Nolan are standing next to each other.
He done
don't
interject
know me.
himself into this whole friend group.
Nolan's last name is Wells. My last name at one point in time was Walker.
I
We
didn't
were
hear
by each other in
Warren
the
say
alphabet
his
when we
name
graduated.
one time. Did y'all?
Man, that's mind-boggling. It's insane. Me and Nolan have multiple classes together. Me and Nolan has always stayed tight. Nolan has always known that he could call me whatever. And like I've mentioned, like I got a new phone number 2 months ago. Nolan was the only friend that had my phone number.
Nolan seems to be the only one amongst them all that got along with everybody. He was the one that everybody loved. Carlton, huh? Where's the Fresh Prince when you need him? Shoot. He's getting on my nerves with all this self-grandizing. That's even a word. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit more because I want to play this audio for y'all.
I think he would be really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation.
Oh, yeah, y'all got to
I think
hear
he
this
genuinely
one.
would.
Y'all got to hear
Right now,
this.
he would.
All the other outlets that you could have spoken to, why do you feel all the other outlets?
It didn't seem like you were out here like another news reporter that just wanted the next big story.
Now
Like you just said, it's like
massaging
you genuinely
dude's
wanted us to
ego
have a
now.
platform to be able to speak and to be able to tell the truth.
You're such a great guy
And
to
that's
let me
what
on
I
your
like.
platform to
And
speak.
I know, I don't know, talking to Warren and knowing Miss Katie and being close to them and them trusting you was like, okay, I can sit down, I can have this conversation, and we can go through it, and we can have the interview on camera, and people can see me, really, I guess you could say, and talk about it and whatnot.
I appreciate that. I really do. And my last question, with all this stuff going on,
check this out,
you know
y'all.
Nolan very well. What do you think how Nolan would feel about how this all has transpired with Benjamin Crump, with the statements from his mom, with the accusations against you and his other friends? How would you think he would address this or feel about this?
Well, I know people like to use a term, they would turn over in his grave.
Oh boy.
If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave right now, he would.
Oh
no doubt.
boy. If
Nolan would be
hold it.
livid is an understatement.
If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave, he would. Let that sit for a minute. This is how he feels, or at least this is what he's saying to this dude. How Nolan would feel about what's going on right now. They're trying to paint the narrative of all the lies that they're talking about, what happened with us because we're the victims, and I know Nolan is dead, but we're still here and we're grieving and we're help us. We're the victims. How would Nolan feel if he could say anything about what's going on with y'all right now? And he said Nolan would climb up out of his grave. He would be so upset. You have got to be fucking kidding me. If that wasn't some coon ass shit, I don't know what was. Okay, we gonna wrap you up real quick.
Nolan would never want anything pursued this way at all.
So you're saying that Nolan would
I think it would be
pick
really
y'all over his parents. You're saying that Nolan would side with you guys because Nolan knows what happened to Nolan. Would Nolan keep it a secret? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Nolan would keep a secret as to what happened to him. Put a 2 in the chat if you think Nolan would be upset because someone's covering their ass. They don't want to be caught for what happened to him. Yes, I heard that critical thinking. Didn't that coincide with that picture? There was someone hugged up on who was allegedly Nolan on the boat. Yeah, so he feels that Nolan would be so upset with us, those of us that are suspicious of the actions of these young men. He would be so upset with us that he would come up out of his grave and be upset with us and upset with his parents because it's his parents that want justice. There you go right there, Nicolette. This is what would make him come up out of his grave if he could. Y'all playing in everybody's face. You know what happened to me. Who's fooling who? Who's zooming who? Man, oh man. That took nerve. That took nerve. Let's get rid of him.
really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation. I think he generally would. I don't think he wouldn't support it. I know that for 110%.
How did his parents go
I know
about
he
the
wouldn't support any
situation?
of it. I think he would want the truth and
They
he
were
would search for
being
answers,
ignored.
but he wouldn't go about it like this.
They were being
He
ignored by
wouldn't.
the law
He wouldn't
enforcement.
let us get
And they
dogged out
supposed
like
to just
this.
sit and take that?
If no one could have spoke up, he would have already said something about our friend group and saying, yo, y'all are on the wrong path. Generally speaking, he would be mad. Like, he would be mad.
Hey, Doodle Bird.
And I don't understand how people don't see that and how people are just okay with even some of his, I guess you could say, other best friends, man, how they were coming out
Man,
and how they're
let's go
acting
check
behind
and buy
it.
you some clean
I
clothes.
was like, man, Nolan was never like
Get
that.
out of here.
Nolan was an aggressive, threatening person. Don't get me wrong, Nolan would defend himself if he needed to defend himself. Nolan was loving and kind. Nolan was the
Big
furthest
Mama
thing
gets
from a
the
fight.
newest comment
Furthest
of
thing
the
from a fight.
evening.
And I remember personally, I was in a heated argument and Nolan comes up, crack a joke, and I'm like, bro, it's not even worth it. Like, come on. And it's like,
Okay, you know what?
that just
Put a
shows
1
his
in the chat
character
if you want
wouldn't
me
be
to
like
end
this.
this one.
I know he wouldn't want people chanting at his funeral. I know that for a
Because
fact.
I'm not believing a thing
I
that's coming
know
out of his mouth.
nobody would want
Go get your check
me
that
or
you
the rest
just
of our
got
friends to get dragged
and go
through
buy
like
you
this.
some clean
I
clothes
know he
for
would
the
want
next
all
interview.
of us to feel comfortable going to that funeral, and all of us didn't because we're scared, and that says a lot.
They didn't go to the
That says a
funeral
lot.
because
We're
they were
scared to go in
scared.
our own town to who we called our best friend.
They didn't go to the
We're all
funeral
over
because
his
they're
social, man.
scared.
Like, I don't know how you're discrediting and
If you stand on what's
thinking that
right,
we
you
could
ain't
have
got
hurt
nothing
him.
to be scared of.
We could have known somebody that hurt him.
But if you live in a
'Cause like I told
lie,
everybody,
you're going to be scared of a lie.
I would put myself in whatever position he was in 100 times
How long
before
have I
I
been
let
on, Doodle
him
Bird?
pass away.
4 hours and
And I mean
43 minutes.
I genuinely mean that. That dude, he was so loving and so kind.
He was so loving and so
It was
kind.
just wild.
Okay, you know what?
It's crazy.
You're being
It's
performative
wild
at this
and it's
point.
heartbreaking.
So
Actually get to the bottom of what happened to him.
We're gonna
And none of this have
end
I
this
seen
because I'm tired
any
of
of the
watching Cooner Man
activists
too.
pursue what actually happened.
Okay, enough of you. Enough of you. Okay. So as we have all witnessed, they've got some people on the payroll that's willing to come out and speak the rhetoric to blow the smoke screen up certain people's asses so we won't watch them while they try to sweep all this shit up under the rug. Okay? But our eyes are bigger than their eyes. We see more than they think we see. And the more you tell a lie, the more that lie will be exposed. Absolutely, Nicolette. He wouldn't want his family going through all this. He wouldn't want that. As a matter of fact, I would think, judging from what you say about Nolan, he would be down for the truth and would shake his head and walk away from you because you standing for somebody that didn't mean him no good. For whatever reason, whether you want to be accepted because you basically interjected yourself into this situation, truth be told. For whatever reason, be it for profit, be it for attention, you said you don't want to be famous. Okay, you done, this is your third interview. None. And you notice 2 of them still ain't come out. Huh. Well, before I shut this live down, you guys know that I had talked about hold on just a second. You know, I had talked about that Ashley Cole tip line. And I think I also mentioned to you how these boys hooked up with Black Coon Man in the first place. Excellent choice if you want to manipulate the public in your favor. You get someone that is on your side that don't look like you. And they got one in him. Okay? And that's fine. You play your role if you want to. Play your game. Okay? Because they profess to be very Christian people. And if you know Christ the way I do, Christ, hey, what goes around comes around. God will not be mocked. God will not be mocked. Yes, I've listened to that dispatch call. Yes. But the last thing I'm going to put up here, because I'm going on 5 hours, y'all. And for those that have been rocking with me since the beginning of this live, thank you so much for hanging in there with me. Okay. But another interesting piece of information was reported by Willie D today. Willie D Live. I love Willie D Live. Okay. And this further adds to the veil of controversy to this cover up. Okay. That's just my opinion. Okay. The Nolan Wells tip line for people to call with any information leading to resolving Nolan's death is advertised as 228. Y'all write it down if you want to. Okay? 228 769 3036. All right? This is the Nolan tip line. Anybody that has information. Okay? When you dial that number, I can show you better than I can tell you. I can show you better than I can tell you. Let me get my phone open here. I better do it quickly because I'm about to lose. I'm about to lose my power. Okay. Turn it up all the way so y'all can hear it in the back.
Hi, you've reached the office of Judge Ashley Cole. Please leave your name, number, the case number, and a brief message at the sound of the beep, and we'll call you back as soon as we get a chance. Thank you.
You cannot record a message for
Margot Mills.
this mailbox is full. Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a touch-tone telephone, you may dial an extension at any time. For a directory.
Yeah. Yeah, that goes to Judge Ashley Cole's line. So by some ironic slip up, if you happen to call this number, the sheriff's tip line will come through if you transpose the last two numbers. Okay? So let me pull up Willie D. This will be a very short video.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? We got reports that the tip line for Nolan Wells is the same as Ashley Cole's phone number. Ashley Cole is the judge in the case. Well, yeah, the stepmother of Warren Hudson. Who is Warren Hudson? Nolan Wells is supposed to be best friend, right? Yeah. Y'all believe it? Well, let's test it out, fam. Let's see. This is the number. This is the number that is listed for her. And let's just see what happens.
Okay, hold on just a second, y'all. Let me stop the video for just a moment because we've already heard it. So let me skip ahead just a little bit. We've already heard that part. But I need to jump. I need to take this off the screen so it's not blocking. Okay. Give me just a second. Sorry about that. So, when you call the same number except for transposing the last two numbers, you actually get the sheriff's department, which I would think should be the actual number for the tip line. But for some reason, they have the wrong number posted for the tip line that goes through to Judge Ashley Cole, the mother of Warren. Okay? So let me jump forward a little bit in this video because I don't have some of the information that he showed. But just to give you a little bit of context.
Let's dig a little further here, fam, because there's got to be a reasonable explanation for this, right? It has to be. I just dialed the number, and this is the same number that is listed. Okay, just to show you proof. This is
Anna Rivera, we're not saying that there's a judge in this case. What we are saying, and what is factual, is that one of the suspects, Warren, is the stepson to Judge Ashley Cole. And that number that we just dialed is to the tip line that goes to her phone. In other words, she is a parent to a young man who is involved in an ongoing investigation, and that is out of judicial conduct. It's against judicial conduct. Okay. Yeah, stop the spy. I saw that too. Hold on.
Judge Ashley Cole, P.O. Box 998, Pascagoula 39568. And the phone number I just dialed was 228-769-3036. That is
Oh, it's okay,
Judge
sweetheart. That's
Ashley
why
Cole's
I had to
phone
clarify it.
number. So how is that the tip line? I mean, something has got to be off. Let me dig a little further here. So what is that, fam? That looks like the same number as the sheriff's department. Is there some type of mix-up? Maybe there's a mix-up. It's got to be a mix-up, fam, because ain't no way these people are that bold. It's the same number as the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, 228-769-3036. 228-769-3036 is the same number as Ashley Cole's. Well, maybe there's some type of mix-up, fam, because I dialed 228-769-3036 and got the sheriff's number. Let's try that again. Let me try that in real time.
Actually,
Let me
he
call the
transposed the
sheriff.
last two numbers. He didn't dial
See what they got to say about all of this.
dialed 63.
We're going to give them a chance to explain themselves. That was 6-3. See? Hold on. Let me get this off the screen. That's the number I'm about to dial. So I saw this number
6-3
somewhere, and I dialed this number, and this is supposed to be the sheriff's tip line.
Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, is this a tip line for Nolan Wells?
Yes.
Yeah. So I called another number, a 36 number, and it took me to Judge Ashley Cole's voicemail. Are y'all aware is there some type of mix-up or whatever? Are y'all all interconnected?
What number did you call when that happened?
228-769-3063 is what I just dialed, and then the other number that I called was all the numbers were the same except the last two digits. It was 36 instead of 63.
I know our number is the 3063 number. And I know that that's been said to be her office.
Yeah.
And we are aware of that people think that the sheriff's department number is her number. There's nothing we can really do about it, but just kind of ride the wave.
But
If it was put out on the internet, we just got to take it as it comes, you know?
Right.
You know what kills me about this, though? Now, granted, there's two numbers at the end of the number that are transposed. But you notice that mailbox is full on Ashley Cole's voicemail. And it makes me wonder how many legitimate calls were left on her voicemail that will not go to the sheriff. Because they thought they were calling the voicemail of the tip line. Right, there's another voice after the beep. Yes. But there, again, it's just there's so much confusion involved with this. If people did happen to call in with information, this could be a problem, a big problem. And He just called them and they're aware of it. We just called that number again and it hasn't been changed. Imagine that. Let's proceed. This video shouldn't be very long. Hold on just a second.
Yeah. So are y'all aware that number is out there like that, as far as like, conflicting phone numbers? Because I looked on the site and it says that the tip number was the same as Judge Ashley Cole's phone number.
So the number that is being said, that is being put out there as Ashley Cole's number is our number. It's the sheriff's department number.
The 36 is the sheriff's number?
Yeah,
No.
the 3063 number.
Right.
Yeah, that's the sheriff's department number. But they're saying online that it is her number, that it's Judge Cole's number.
Yeah, that's because it's actually online, like media reports that's the number. We're talking about mainstream media, not just bloggers and YouTubers.
Yeah, I know. It's not. It's just people. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's supposed to be a prank or something like that, or I'm not sure. But that is not Judge Cole's number. It's our number.
How convenient.
We've been dealing with all the phone calls for it.
Well, let me ask you a question. Who do you think killed Nolan Wells?
I'm not allowed to speak on that. It's an ongoing investigation. So
Yeah. You don't think the boys had anything to do with it?
I'm not allowed to speak on it.
Yeah. Do you think there's a conflict of interest with the judge being involved?
I'm not allowed to speak on it.
What if Nolan was your relative, though? Would you speak on it?
I'm not allowed to speak on
crazy.
it. My job.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. You plead the fifth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll ride that wave.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too. All right, fam. There you have it.
Interesting.
I'm still confused, though. I don't have any more answers than I had before I called her. Like, I need to know. I need to know what's going on. We need to know what's going on. We need to make sure that Nolan Wells get justice. We need to make sure that there's no cover-ups. Yeah, fam. We got to figure that out. We got to figure that out. I want y'all to see something right quick here online. There is a petition to remove Judge Wells. Change.org. That's 1,974 signatures right now. And here's the issue. Mississippi judges are entrusted with one of the highest responsibilities in our justice system.
Didn't I tell you guys not too long ago that somebody is doing a little bit too much, and those that are in on this cover up are going to start walking away because they're not going to risk the whole system because of the flub up of one. And I wouldn't doubt if they leave this judge hanging on her own. I'm just saying. Because this situation here is just more than a parent who happens to be a judge. It's more than a parent who happens to be an attorney. It's more than a parent who happens to be a doctor. There's also a governor and a DA that is involved. Out of those 5 powerful people toward the top, they're not all 5 going to go down because somebody decided that they had the authority to step out of line. Because it is not appropriate for a seated judge to interject themselves into an ongoing investigation, especially if your son is involved. I'm just saying. So don't be surprised, because when you tell a lie, you got to tell two. When you tell two lies, you got to tell four. They are not going down with this ship. Okay? They're not going down on this ship. Not to mention the medical examiner, the one that had, what's her name? Stacy something, I think it is. She got dirty hands too.
To uphold the law fairly, impartially, and in a manner that preserves public confidence in the courts. The confidence is called into question when a sitting judge publicly comments on an active death investigation involving her own son while identifying herself as a judge. There's Ashley right there with Warren. Warren thought he was slick in that interview with Officer Race Batum Tatum. Warren thought he had fooled everybody. He thought he got away with something. Nah, Warren, we ain't buying it. He was way too calm, no emotions, no emotions whatsoever. Something that psychotherapist Elliot Connie pointed out on the show the other day. No emotions whatsoever. Warren, how you do that, man? I'm sure that Warren thought that he was doing something real cool.
Yeah,
see, that's when that arrogance come in, man. It's like, look, man, we got this down. Look, you need to just say something to get this heat off our family. Now get on out there and say something, Warren. You got to say something. I don't want to say anything. No, well, you know what? I'll say something. They'll believe me because I'm white and we got money. They'll believe me. They'll believe me. A little too polished, Warren. It was just a little too polished. Just a little too polished. Emotionalist. I get it, fam, when people are nervous. Sometimes, that nervousness can cause a range of emotions, inconsistencies and all that kind of stuff, But there's just too many inconsistencies, man. There's too much. There's too much going on. Too much to say, too much to connect. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it whatsoever. I'm not buying it, and this is why I made that call.
We ain't buying it either. Put a 1 in the chat if you ain't buying it. Because I ain't buying it. I'm sorry. I am not buying it. Now, a lot of younger people that haven't been around for as long as some of us have may fall for the okie doke because they're still young, and they haven't been exposed to what we've been exposed in life. But I'll just say what the old folks say. Keep on living. Keep on living. Hold on just a second.
Personally, I need to see for myself because I heard about the reports that the judge's phone number was listed as the tip line. I was like, they can't be that bold, right? But they can be that bold. Yes, I'm not saying that is not some type of mix-up, but I'm just saying that they can be that bold. I mean, the coroner sent Nolan's body to D.C. without vital organs that needed to be examined by the coroner. She knew that the coroner would not be able to, with absolute certainty, say what manner of death Nolan died without those organs. And she sent that body anyway. Come on, fam. The sheriff, day one, immediately said that they didn't suspect foul play. He hadn't seen the body. He hadn't read an autopsy report. He hadn't talked to any detectives, but he gave that conclusion. Likewise, the governor, Tate Reeves, the governor of Mississippi, he said he wasn't following the case. He hadn't followed the case. He hadn't read any reports. He hadn't talked to any investigators.
No.
But yet he said, we don't suspect foul play. Then he goes off on Ben Crump and Al Sharpton for trying to help the family get justice. He tries to gaslight the civil rights activists by saying that they're stoking racial division. In Mississippi, Mississippi does not need any help stoking racial division. Mississippi is about as racially divided as any state in this country. It could easily outpace all combined. We're talking about Mississippi.
Mississippi
They
burning.
make movies about these mothers' racism. Yeah. The governor, all of them, fam. So you're talking about all of these branches of government and law enforcement. We're talking about the state agencies, all of these people who are really tasked with, helping people to get justice and keeping the community safe. It's like they don't want nothing to do with it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to investigate. They say they're investigating. I can guarantee you they're over there sitting on their hands. They are not doing no damn investigating.
You know it.
Because it don't take that long. All you got to do is talk to Warren, talk to a few more of them, and you'll find your killer.
Now, don't forget that the district attorney came out and pretty much said we're not releasing the outcome of our autopsy until it's seen by a grand jury. See, Mississippi is just one state, but the federal government is higher than them. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. See, nothing in Mississippi has gotten this kind of attention or traction for a long time. Not to mention November's coming. So I'm not going to rule this thing out as being, well, they got away with it again. I'm not going to do that yet.
You'll find out exactly what happened. Because best believe they know. If you have information that could lead to the arrest and conviction of the uncivilized mutts responsible for killing Nolan Wells, you should call the official tip line at Ben Crump's office, 888-991-1772, 888-991-1772. If I had information, I would not trust Mississippi officials with that information.
With nothing.
I'm going to Ben Crump and I'm going to collect my $125,000 reward.
Hello.
Yeah. No more talk.
No more talk. Ha ha. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No more talk. Perfect way to end this live. So I want to thank everybody. Let me turn my camera on. I want to thank everybody that came in and sat with me. This has been over 5 hours. Man, oh man. But I felt that it was a good and a productive live. I hope that there was something that I was able to share with you that you may not know. I received a lot of information from y'all out the chat, and I appreciate it. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, hit the like button, get this joker in the algorithm, because we're going to do this a lot more often, because this is not the only case out there, y'all. This is happening far too much in the United States of America. All right. So with all that said, God bless y'all. Excuse me. Have a wonderful evening. I love you. Thank you so much for coming and sitting with me. And have a wonderful evening. Good night.
Hey there, my kinfolk, thanks for stopping by. Auntie Mickey's house, where we reach for the sky. Every comment and smile, you make my heart glow. Together we're strong, together we grow. From gossip to politics, we cover it all. Sharing laughs and thoughts, having a ball. Your support means everything that I know. Feels like family here in this sweet show. So let's keep it flowing, keep the love alive. Every moment together makes me thrive. You're more than viewers, you're my kinfolk. You see my gratitude runs deep as the sea. Thank you for being here, for sharing your time with each comment, with each rhyme. You're my kinfolk, my family, my crew. So much love to all of you. Turn up the camera, let's make it bright. Your support lifts me up, takes flight.